ठीक है, ले लिया ले लिया। ले लिया, अंदर है वो। और अभी जी जी जी। ओके ओके ओके। प्रशांत का हमजा कह रहा है आज तुम थे रही हो।
Am I audible? Good morning, everyone.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Good morning.
हो गया? हरिओम।
हाँ सर, नमस्ते
हाँ,
सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते
नमस्ते सर।
जी, नमस्ते सभी। कैसे हैं? आवाज नहीं आ रही। चलिए, अच्छा इसको।
जी सर, आवाज अभी ऑडिबल होगी।
हाँ, आपकी आई है आवाज तो।
आपका म्यूट हुआ होगा सर, एक बार चेक
अच्छा
करिए ना।
नहीं, अच्छा देखता हूँ मैं वैसे। अभी सबीना मैडम की नहीं आई है आवाज।
सर ठीक है।
आर यू
सर अब
लिसनिंग मैम?
म्यूट हो गया। यस यस यस।
लेट्स बिगिन बिकॉज टाइम इज ओके नाउ गोइंग टू।
Yes sir, we are waiting for our guest to join, so that's why we are taking a few minutes more and then we'll start. Good morning everyone.
Good
Am I
morning, ma'am.
audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's begin the session.
Yes, ma'am. It's audible.
Good morning to all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our distinguished guest, partner, co-partner, principal, esteemed resource person, faculty members, and participants from across the nation to this one-day national webinar on the need and use of Indian languages, diversity, vernacularity, and the future of knowledge. I, Dr. Shabina Fatima, convener of today's webinar, extend my heartfelt greeting to all of you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. The theme we gathered under today is deeply critical and timely. In an era where English dominates academic discourses, this webinar invites us to revisit an essential question. Can true knowledge ever be universal if it is articulated only in one language? India, as we know, is not merely a land of many languages. It is a civilization of voices, a living archive of ideas, memories, and philosophies expressed through words that have traveled across centuries. भारत केवल अनेक भाषाओं का देश नहीं, बल्कि विचारों, भावनाओं और अनुभवों की एक जीवित परंपरा है. Each language carries within it a unique worldview, a rhythm of thought, and a history of expression. Yet, in today's global academic world, English often assumes the status of the language of intellect, while Indian languages are relegated to the margins as culture और emotional form. आधुनिक शिक्षा व्यवस्था में अंग्रेजी को ज्ञान का पर्याय बना दिया गया है और भारतीय भाषाओं को स्थानीय या लोक कहकर सीमित कर दिया गया है. This hierarchy of language is not only linguistic but also epistemic, shaping what is recognized as vivid language and who gets the this hierarchy of language is not only linguistic but also epistemic, shaping what is recognized as valid knowledge and who gets to produce it. The purpose of today's webinar is to critically question this imbalance and to explore how diversity and vernacularity can be together refine the future of knowledge in India. ये वेबिनार इस असमानता को चुनौती देने के लिए है और ये प्रयास देखने के लिए है कि भाषाई विविधता और स्थानीयता ज्ञान के भविष्य को कैसे नया रूप दे सकती है. स्थानीयता कोई कमजोरी नहीं, ये एक शक्ति का स्रोत है. इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस लाइक संस्कृत, हिंदी, उर्दू, तमिल, तेलुगु, आसामी, मलयालम, कन्नड़ and countless and there are many have long served as repositories of sciences, philosophies, and arts. To marginalize them is to silence countries of collective wisdom. भारतीय भाषाएं सदियों से दर्शन, विज्ञान, साहित्य और लोक जीवन की वाहक रही हैं और इसकी उपेक्षा करना अपने इतिहास और ज्ञान दोनों से विमुख हो जाना है. In reclaiming our languages, we are reclaiming our ways of knowing and being. The aim of this webinar is therefore not simply to discuss language as instrument of communication, but as a system of knowledge, as epistemic framework through which India perceives and constructs its reality. ये आयोजन भाषा को संवाद का माध्यम नहीं बल्कि ज्ञान और अस्तित्व का आधार मानता है. We must realize that knowledge is never neutral. It is shaped by power access, expression, and language lies at the heart of all three. To decolonize knowledge, we must decolonize language. ज्ञान का उपनिवेशीकरण तभी समाप्त होगा जब भाषा स्वतंत्र होगी. The vernacular pedagogies and multilingual practices we discuss today seeks to open to more inclusive and egalitarian future of education, one that celebrates difference rather than erase it. The vision is of an idea of an India where every tongue speaks knowledge and every dialect carries dignity. ज्ञान का भविष्य बहुभाषिक होना चाहिए जहां हर भाषा विचार की भाषा बने और कोई आवाज हाशिए पर न रहे. Let us therefore celebrate linguistic diversity not as a fragmentation but as a unity in multiplicity. as the very soul of India's intellectual freedom. In honoring our languages, we honor our collective memories, our culture, and our freedom to think. भाषा इसी चेतना का घर है, उसमें बसती है हमारी स्मृतियां, उसमें बसती है हमारी स्मृतियां, हमारी संस्कृति और हमारी स्वतंत्रता. Our aim is to explore how India's multilingual heritage can be repositioned not as a challenge but as a source of epistemic strength. Language, after all, is not just a medium of expression, it is a mode of perception. To reclaim our language is to reclaim our ways of knowing. And hence, I welcome on behalf of Government College Khaniyadhana and entire committee of organizing this webinar to all the dignitaries and participants across the nation. Okay, so let us move to, I would like to invite, and I am privileged to invite Dr. Pawan Srivastava sir, Principal Government College, Government PG College, Shivpuri, and the patron of this webinar. Sir, please share your thoughts with us. Dr. Pawan sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सर्वप्रथम मेरी आवाज आ रही है क्या?
जी सर, आ रही.
सबसे पहले मैं महाविद्यालय के प्राचार्य साहू साहब को, इस वेबिनार की कन्वीनर मैडम फातिमा को और महाविद्यालय परिवार के सभी सदस्यों को इस बात की बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने आज इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर इस वेबिनार का आयोजन किया कि जिसमें भाषा की महत्व, भाषा की विविधता आदि सब एस्पेक्ट को शामिल किया गया है. ये वेबिनार मध्य प्रदेश शासन के नियमानुसार सभी महाविद्यालयों में आयोजित की जा रही हैं. क्योंकि टाइम शेड्यूल ऐसा है कि बहुत सारे कॉलेज एक साथ वेबिनार करा रहे हैं, तो ऐसी स्थिति में भी हमारे यहाँ जो पार्टिसिपेंट जुड़ रहे हैं अत्यंत ही हर्ष का विषय है. कम से कम 100 के करीब तो हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट जुड़ चुके हैं और जुड़ रहे हैं. निश्चित रूप से ये वेबिनार इस क्षेत्र में बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट उपलब्ध कराएगी. भाषा केवल अभिव्यक्ति का माध्यम ना होकर संस्कृति का वाहक भी है. आजकल के समय में भाषा जो है वो हमारे जो विचार व्यक्त करने का तरीका है उसको व्यक्त करने का एक अभिव्यक्ति का माध्यम तो है ही, लेकिन जैसे कि हम कहते हैं कि कोस कोस पे बदले पानी, 5 कोस पर भाषा, तो हर 5 कोस पर या 20 कोस पर हमारी भाषा बदलती जाती है. तो इस संबंध में हमको एक ये ध्यान रखना है कि भाषाओं में विविधता होते हुए भी हमारे संचार का माध्यम बहुत ही सुदृढ़ है. भारतीय परंपरा के अंतर्गत चाहे वो संस्कृत भाषा हो, देवनागरी लिपि हो, हिंदी हो, इंग्लिश हो, कोई भी भाषा हो, उसका अस्तित्व सदैव बना रहा है. भारत के अंतर्गत 16वीं सूची में इतनी सारी भाषाओं का वर्णन है कि साउथ में अलग भाषा चल रही है, ईस्ट में अलग भाषा चल रही है. तो भारत में विविध भाषाओं का एक संग्रह मात्र है और इस संग्रह के द्वारा भी हमारा जो वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन है वो सुचारू रूप से चलता है. हम अभिव्यक्ति के जो माध्यम है उसका बहुत सही तरीके से प्रयोग करते हैं और इसके साथ साथ हम देखते भी हैं कि वर्तमान समय में विकास की दौड़ में हम जो हमारी मातृभाषा है उसके साथ साथ हम अन्य भाषाओं का ज्ञान भी बढ़ाते जा रहे हैं और जो इससे कि हमारा ग्लोबल जो हमारा सिनेरियो है वो हम उसमें अच्छे से एग्जिस्ट कर पा रहे हैं. आजकल के दौर में जैसे कि हम 3 भाषा के फॉर्मूले पर मध्य प्रदेश शासन काम कर रहा है. जैसे अभी हमने देखा कि प्रधानमंत्री ऑफ एक्सीलेंस कॉलेज में ये प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं कि एक हमारी मातृभाषा लोकल लैंग्वेज, एक हमारी इंग्लिश भाषा और एक कोई फॉरेन लैंग्वेज का भी जो एस्पेक्ट है वो जोड़ा जा रहा है. जैसे कल ही हमने जो हमसे जानकारी मांगी गई थी तो हमने अपने महाविद्यालय में 2 फॉरेन लैंग्वेज जर्मन और फ्रेंच का ऑप्शन दिया है. आगे चल के धीरे धीरे ये सारी चीजें जो होंगी वो हमारे अन्य कॉलेजों में भी शामिल होंगी और निश्चित रूप से ये एक बहुत ही क्या कहना चाहिए, बहुत ही ऐसा कदम है जिसमें कि बच्चों का भाषा संबंधी ज्ञान बहुत तीव्र गति से विकसित होगा. ये वेबिनार जो आयोजित हो रही है निश्चित रूप से इसके जो कन्वीनर हैं, प्रिंसिपल हैं और जितने सदस्य हैं वो सब अच्छा काम करेंगे और इससे जो रिजल्ट निकलेंगे वो बच्चों के लिए बहुत लाभदायक होंगे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। क्योंकि आज हमारे यहाँ भी एक वेबिनार है, उसकी भी तैयारी देखनी है। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया और इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा होने के लिए बोला। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you, sir. Your visionary outlook on education continues to inspire us all. Thank you for your motivating words and for always supporting the academic aspiration for our institution. Thank you so much, sir.
थैंक यू मैडम।
Now I take the privilege to invite Mr. Pradeep Lakshaka, the President of Jan Bhagidari Samiti, Government College, Khaniyadhana. Sir, you always support us, and your belief in the role of higher education in rural areas are invaluable. Sir, I request you to address the gathering, please. Pradeep, sir.
हरिओम। बीच में रुक गया था थोड़ा सा क्या
सर
मुझे बोलना है मुझे?
जी आपको बोलना है सर, आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ धन्यवाद। चलो, आज के जो विषय है बहुत ही उत्तम विषय है। इस भारतीय भाषाओं की आवश्यकता और उपयोगिता, विविधता, स्थानीयता और ज्ञान का भविष्य। इसमें हमारे बीच माननीय संरक्षक के रूप में माननीय पवन जी श्रीवास्तव जी और हमारे देवेंद्र साहू जी, सम्मानीय प्रवक्ता गण उपस्थित होंगे। उनको डॉक्टर महबूब जाहिद और आदित्य कुमार जी, हमारी आयोजन समिति के सदस्यगण और उपस्थित जनभागीदारी समिति के सदस्यगण, सभी विभिन्न स्थानों से जुड़े हुए देश विदेश के शोधार्थी, जिज्ञासु और समस्त प्रतिभागी विद्वज्जन, सबके बीच ये बात करने का अवसर मिला है। और हमारी जो संयोजका समन्वयक के रूप में माननीय शबीना फातिमा जी, मैं इन सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि मुझे भी थोड़ा सा अवसर इसमें दिया है। वास्तव में विषय बहुत बृहद है और अपनी दृष्टि से तो सब लोग थोड़ा थोड़ा भी बोले तो शायद ये संवादशाला के रूप में बड़ा लंबा चल सकता है, लेकिन यहाँ कुछ ही बिंदु बात करने के हो सकते हैं। तो आज जैसा कि इस विषय पे हम, जो केवल शिक्षा और संस्कृति का विषय नहीं है, ये हमारी भाषाओं की अस्मिता और अस्तित्व का प्रश्न है। इसमें भारत की जो आत्मा है ये भाषाओं में बसती है, क्योंकि भाषा, जिस भाषा में कोई बोलता है वास्तव में वह उस भाषा में ही सोचता है, और जिस तरह का परिवेश होता है उस तरह का उसकी संगति के आधार पर उसका चिंतन बनता है। और वास्तव में जब वो स्वयं की भाषा बोलता है तब उसका जो अभिव्यक्ति सामने आती है। अब विभिन्न भाषाओं की चर्चा करें तो भारत में भाषाओं की तो वैसे गिनती नहीं है, अनंत है। अगर बोलियों को भी भाषा माना जाए तो बोलियों का भी क्षेत्र जो है, जैसा अभी माननीय पूर्व वक्ता महोदय ने बताया है कि कोस कोस पर पानी बदले और 8 कोस पर वाणी बदलती चलती है क्रम से। ये कोई सीमा रेखा नहीं है कि कहाँ से मराठी शुरू होती है या कहाँ से बंगाली शुरू होती है। इसके बीच में लगातार भाषा का परिवर्तन होता है, और जो लोग जिस रूप में बात करते हैं उसमें उनकी अभिव्यक्ति उसी रूप में प्रिय लगती है उस स्थानीय क्षेत्र में। यदि कोई दूसरी भाषा में बात करता है तो निश्चित रूप से उसमें एक कृत्रिमता दिखाई देती है। ये कहें कि हमारी विभिन्न भाषाओं में एक दूसरे का जो प्रभाव भी पड़ता है उसका भी एक अपना आनंद है। हमारे यहाँ तमिल भाषा को बहुत प्राचीन माना गया है, पर वास्तव में ये भाषाओं का तो परिवर्तनशीलता होती है। संस्कृत में गहनता भी है, प्राचीनता भी है। उर्दू का एक अपना लहजा है, जिसमें एक सरलता भी आती है, नजाकत जैसी बात उसमें दिखाई देती है। मराठी भाषा में तेजस्विता या गुजराती पे उनकी मधुरता है अलग अलग क्षेत्रों की। तो ये सब मिलकर एक भाषाई संगीत जैसा बनाते हैं। और इस तरह से हमारे देश में भाषाओं की प्रयोगशाला का जैसा हो गया है। अभी तो हम कभी सोचते हैं कि अंग्रेजी पढ़ना अनिवार्य है, कभी सोचते हैं अपनी मातृभाषा में ही पढ़ना चाहिए, पर वास्तव में भाषाओं का ज्ञान, एक विद्यार्थी को जितनी भाषाओं का ज्ञान हो उतना क्षेत्र का उसको ज्ञान बढ़ता है। लेकिन यह मान लेना कि केवल अंग्रेजी में ही ज्ञान है, ये ठीक नहीं है। ये विभिन्न भाषाओं को लेकर अगर हम देखें तो उनमें जैसे हिंदी में अंग्रेजी शब्दों का इतना प्रचलन हो रहा है, यदि हिंदी के शब्द बोले जाएं तो हिंदी वालों को समझ में नहीं आएंगे। ऐसी स्थिति में भाषा में एक पाचन शक्ति भी होती है। कुछ दूसरी भाषा के शब्दों को भाषा इस तरह से ग्रहण कर लेती है, और इस तरह से जब भाषा बनती चली जाती है, उसमें शब्दावली बढ़ती है, तो भाषा का व्याकरण भी बढ़ता है और उसमें परिवर्तनशीलता भी आती है। तो इस तरह से हम देखें कि विभिन्न भाषाओं के होते हुए भी हमारे बीच बिखराव नहीं बल्कि एकता के बीज हैं, और ये हमारे यहाँ की विशेषता है। एक कहावत भी है, अनेकता में एकता हमारे देश की विशेषता। साथियों, भाषा केवल शब्दों की रचना नहीं होती है, वो एक सोचने की पद्धति होती है, और जिस भाषा में जैसा सोचते हैं वह हमारा दृष्टिकोण निर्माण करती है। इसलिए हमें जब हम अंग्रेजी पढ़ते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि हमें वो पाश्चात्य संस्कृति का ज्ञान ज्यादा हो जाता है, बल्कि कभी कभी तो अनुकरण के कारण उसको हम मूल शिष्टाचार से हटकर अंग्रेजी में जैसे गुड मॉर्निंग गुड नाइट करने लगते हैं, तो हमें लगता है इसमें कृत्रिमता तो दिखाई देती है, इसमें कोई बात नहीं हमें, लेकिन अभ्यास हो जाने के कारण वो सरलता लगने लगती है। जबकि वास्तव में हमारे यहाँ भी मिलने पर, चाहे वो राम राम शब्द हो, चाहे नमस्कार शब्द हो, चाहे किसी भी शब्दों से हम विभिन्न, जैसे धर्मावलंबी कोई जोहार कहते हैं, कोई जय जिनेन्द्र कहते हैं, या और भी भाषाएं होती है, वो बड़ी सहजता से होती है, और उसमें वास्तव में उसमें भावना स्पष्ट दिखाई देती है कि व्यक्ति क्या कहना चाहता है। इसमें अब हम इस ज्ञान के भविष्य की अगर बात करें तो फिर हमें ये भी देखना चाहिए कि भाषा तो किसान भी बोलता है, और लोकगीतों में भी भाषा होती है, तो जो उनमें आनंद की अनुभूति होती है, और जो ग्रामीण भाषा किसान की बोली होती है, पुरानी कहावतों में भी कुछ ज्ञान छिपा है, कुछ किंवदंतियों में भी उसका सारांश छुपा है जीवन के। तो उनमें जो भारतीय भाषाएं हैं ये एक तरह से मौन हो जाती हैं, एक दूसरे की भाषा में वो लोकल स्थानीयता नहीं आ पाती है जो आ सकती है। इसके लिए हमें थोड़ा परिवेश को, जैसे दूसरे भाषा के अतिरिक्त यदि हमें भाषा विज्ञान का ज्ञान है, या समाजशास्त्र का ज्ञान है, या दूसरी अर्थशास्त्र का ज्ञान है, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा मनोविज्ञान भी प्रबल होता है, क्योंकि दूसरा जिस भाषा का प्रयोग कर रहा है उससे हम उसकी मानसिकता को समझ सकते हैं। और इस तरह से ये जो क्रम है, जहाँ भाषा मौन होती है वहां पर हम मनोविज्ञान का प्रयोग करने लगते हैं, और ये बात समझ में आ जाती है। अभी देखा जाए तो हमारी क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं की भी गिनती कम नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ जैसे ब्रज भाषा है, या अवधी भाषा है, बुंदेलखंडी भाषा है, बुंदेली जिसको कहते हैं, या हरियाणवी है, तो भाषाएं राजस्थानी में मारवाड़ी है, तो स्थानीय बहुत सी ये भाषा के नाम से जानी गई। अब हिंदी ने इनको सबको बोली बना दिया है। तो ये भाषा विज्ञान का भी जो क्रम है ये भी समय के साथ परिवर्तनशील होता है। किसी समय वो भाषा थी ब्रज भाषा, आज वो बोली के रूप में ही स्थापित है। तो इसमें जो हम क्षेत्रीय भाषा की बात करें तो इन क्षेत्रीय भाषा में जब बात करते हैं तो इनके जो स्थानीय अनुभव है, इनको यदि वैश्विक विमर्श में स्थान मिले, समग्र भाषाओं में स्थान मिले, तो न केवल भारत का बल्कि सभी भाषा ज्ञानियों का और विभिन्न देशों को, क्षेत्र को घूमने वालों को भी इसका लाभ मिल सकता है। क्योंकि विद्यार्थी अपने विषय के साथ साथ भाषा पर भी ध्यान देता है। कई बार हम 3 भाषाएं पढ़ते हैं, पर उसका उद्देश्य क्या है? एक दूसरे से संपर्क में सुविधा हो। और उस सुविधा के अलावा हमें ये भी पता लगना चाहिए कि उसको हम वास्तव में जो मौन भाषा की बात कर रहे हैं वो भी ज्ञान का आकलन हम कर सके, तब भाषा जानना ठीक होगा। तो विद्यार्थी जब कुछ सीखता है अपने गांव से या बोली से, तो वो अपनी जीवन दृष्टि में से कुछ जब सीखता है तो केवल परीक्षा तक नहीं जाता, वो उसको अपने जीवन में उतार लेता है, तभी वो सफल जीवन जी पाता है। एक जन भागीदारी समिति के अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि शिक्षा और समाज का जो रिश्ता है वो केवल एक नीति संगत ना रहे बल्कि एक सहभागी बने। क्योंकि जब तक समाज उसके साथ खड़ा नहीं होगा तब तक भाषा का विकास नहीं होता। हमारा व्यक्तिगत अनुभव है कि जिस तरह से हम कई बार संस्कृत की चर्चा करते हैं कि ये सबको जोड़ने वाली भाषा है, आदि शंकराचार्य ने केरल में जन्म लेकर कश्मीर तक भ्रमण किया, तो उस विद्वत भाषा में सब जगह उसके प्रकांड विद्वान मिले होंगे, उनसे चर्चा हुई होगी, लेकिन केवल उस भाषा से हमारा आज इतना दूरी का रिश्ता हो गया है और संपर्क भाषा अंग्रेजी हो गई। लेकिन वो भी वास्तव में केवल पढ़े लिखों तक सीमित है, और वो भी केवल उन तक सीमित है जो उसमें पारंगत हैं। तो इस तरह से केवल परीक्षा के लिए अंक प्राप्त करना एक अलग बात है, और उसको अधिक अपने हृदयंगम करना ये महत्वपूर्ण होता है। तो सच्ची बात यह है कि जब हम भाषा में को सीखेंगे तो केवल नकल नहीं हो, उसमें नवाचार भी, प्रयोग भी होते हैं, नए नए शब्दों का निर्माण भी होता है। जैसे आजकल कंप्यूटर या डिजिटल का जमाना है, तो उसमें उन शब्दों का भी प्रयोग होता है। माउस का प्रयोग होता है, तो माउस माने अब कुछ और होता था अंग्रेजी में, अब कुछ और होता है। तो भाषा का जो शाब्दिक अर्थ है वो भी समय पर युग के अनुसार बदलता है। इसलिए हमें उधार का लहजा नहीं लेना चाहिए, बोरोड एसेंट की जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि सच्चाई की गूंज अगर चाहिए तो यथार्थ अभिव्यक्ति करनी होगी। तो इस समय हम ये कह सकते हैं कि हमें अपनी भाषाओं को डिजिटल और वैज्ञानिक बनाने की जरूरत है। उनमें उन शब्दों की शब्दावली भी जोड़ना हो, और एक रूपता भी यदि आती है तो उसमें कोई दोष नहीं है। कुछ शब्दों को यदि भाषाएं एक दूसरे के साथ ग्रहण करती हैं तो उसमें हमारी जो अभिव्यक्ति है वो और अधिक सरल होगी। और इसके साथ साथ जो हमारे क्षेत्र में भारतीय भाषाओं की जो उपस्थिति अभी जो उतनी नहीं बढ़ी है, वो आगामी समय में यदि ज्ञान में सब जगह बढ़ेगा तो उसका जो वितरण, असमान वितरण है, वो समान हो पाएगा। यदि संपूर्ण भारत में जैसे नीति, जो भाषा नीति जिस तरह से आई है, यदि ये भाषा नीति एक साथ सब जगह लागू हो तो ऐसी स्थिति में समग्र देश में एक समान एक चिंतन आरंभ होता है। तो उसमें भाषाओं का बड़ा योगदान होगा, क्योंकि कई शब्दों का ठीक ठीक अनुवाद मिलता नहीं है। उसका ठीक अनुवाद तभी मिलेगा जब भाषाओं का आदान प्रदान कुछ शब्दों का समान होगा। तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि भाषाएं एक नदियों की तरह प्रवाहमान है, इन्हें बहना चाहिए। और स्वाभाविक है, जो 500 साल पहले की हिंदी कुछ और थी, 100 साल पहले की कुछ और थी, अभी स्वतंत्रता के समय की हिंदी कुछ और थी, आज कुछ और है। तो यहाँ पे ये नदियों की तरह जो बहती है, इन्हें रोकना भी नहीं चाहिए, इन्हें बहने दें। और इनके साथ साथ जो हमारी सभ्यताएं जुड़ी हैं उनमें भी एक दूसरे का अनुकरण, रूपांतरण होता है और एक रूपता आती है, इसको आने दें। और इस तरह से हमारी पाठशालाओं से लेकर प्रयोगशालाओं तक और जन जन से लेकर विश्व तक, देश दुनिया तक ये हमारी एक रूपता फैले। और हम आज ये संकल्प लें कि भारतीय भाषाएं केवल इतिहास की स्मृति ना बने, बल्कि भविष्य की रचना की भाषा बने। एक मुझे कुछ स्मरण और आ रहा है। भारतेंदु हरिश्चंद्र ने कहा था, निज भाषा उन्नति है, सब उन्नति को मूल, और बिन निज भाषा ज्ञान के मिटत न ही को शूल। जो मातृभाषा की जो अभी जो मातृभाषा में ज्ञान का जो शिक्षा की पद्धति आई है NEP के अंतर्गत, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के अंतर्गत, तो उसमें ये लाभकारी होगी। हम मातृभाषा में बहुत अच्छा पढ़ पाएंगे। इसमें उन्होंने अंग्रेजी के बारे में भी उसी में लिखा है, अंग्रेजी पढ़ के यद्यपि सब गुण होत प्रवीण, और पे निज भाषा ज्ञान बिन रहत हीन के हीन। अपने भाषा के ज्ञान के बिना हृदय की संतुष्टि नहीं होती है, अपनी अभिव्यक्ति पूरी नहीं होती है। वैसे भाषा के 4 सोपान होते हैं, सुनना, बोलना, पढ़ना और लिखना। तो सुनने से शुरू होता है। यदि वातावरण, हम भाषा का जो कोई भाषा सीखना चाहते हैं तो श्रवण अभ्यास बहुत आवश्यक है। इसके बाद जो भाषा सुनते हैं निश्चित रूप से उसे ही हमें सरलता से बोलना सीखते हैं। इसीलिए बच्चे हिंदी बोलते हुए विद्यालय जाते हैं और फिर हिंदी पढ़ते हैं। तो व्याकरण से भिन्न जो भाषाएं हैं, इनमें हमें बहुत अभी परिवर्तन की आवश्यकता है। इनमें बहुत विकास की अभी संभावनाएं हैं, क्योंकि हमारी निश्चित रूप से जब सभ्यता विकसित हुई होगी तो भाषा तो विभिन्न प्रकार की विभिन्न स्थानों पर उत्पन्न रही होगी, लेकिन सबने जुड़कर जिन भाषाओं को लिखित रूप में विकसित किया है, उनमें जिनकी व्याकरण बन गई है, उनमें स्थिरता आई है। बाकी भाषा प्रवाहमान है और निरंतर चलने वाली, परिवर्तनशील भी होती हैं, और हमें उस परिवर्तन से डरना नहीं चाहिए। और वैसे विश्व भाषा की दृष्टि से देखें, अभी विश्व भाषाएं 6 लगभग वो मान्यता प्राप्त हैं, जिसमें हमारी भारत की कोई भाषा नहीं है। जबकि एक आकलन के अनुसार हमारे भारत में 5 भाषाएं ऐसी हैं जो विश्व भाषा की संख्या से, विश्व भाषाओं के बोलने वालों से अधिक संख्या वाले। तो इसमें भी बहुत संभावनाएं हैं। यदि भारत की भाषाओं को हम बाहर तक उनको आकलन में ले जाएं और उनमें ये वैज्ञानिकता और इसका डिजिटली इसको विकसित कर सके, तो इनको बड़ा अच्छा स्थान मिलेगा। इससे भारत का भी सम्मान बढ़ेगा और भाषाओं का भी विकास होगा। बहुत अधिक अब नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ, मुझे अवसर दिया, मैं आभारी हूँ। कोई भूल हो, कोई इसमें मेरी भाषात्मक गलती हुई हो, मैं क्षमा याचना करता हूँ। धन्यवाद। नमो।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful words. Your emphasis on strengthening the educational ecosystem through linguistic diversity has beautifully set a tone for today's deliberation. Thank you so much, sir. Now I take the pleasure to invite Mr. Deven Sahu, the principal of Government College Khaniyadhana, Shivpuri, Madhya Pradesh. Sir, your vision, encouragement, administrative support has made this webinar possible. Please grace us with the address.
थैंक यू मैडम। सम्माननीय सभी सदस्यगण, हमारी मुख्य संरक्षण आदरणीय एडी साहब, हमारे संरक्षक आदरणीय श्रीवास्तव सर, और हमें मार्गदर्शन देने वाले आदरणीय जन भागीदारी समिति के अध्यक्ष लक्षका साहब, और सबसे बड़ी बात है इस प्रोग्राम को कन्वीनियर समन्वित करने वाली आदरणीय फातिमा मैम। आपने आज जिस विषय पर ये वेबिनार आयोजित किया है वो भारत के सबसे मुख्य मुद्दों में से एक है। हम देखते हैं कि भाषाएं क्या होती हैं। भाषा शब्द में, संकेत में विविध तरह की चीजों से जुड़कर बनती हैं। हम देखते हैं ओलंपिक गेम्स में कबूतर उड़ाए जाते हैं सफेद, और वो संकेत है कि हम दुनिया को ये संदेश देना चाहते हैं कि हम शांति को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं इन खेलों के माध्यम से। तो भाषा व्यक्ति को जोड़ने का माध्यम है। वो शब्दों में, संकेत में, हाव भाव में किसी भी दिशा में अभिव्यक्त होती है। जैसा हमारा देश है, बहुत विशाल देश है, विशाल जनसंख्या का देश है। यहाँ पर बहुत सारी भाषाएं, बहुत सारी संस्कृतियां विद्यमान हैं। इस विषय पर जो हम आज चर्चा करने वाले हैं कि भाषा की विविधता, उसमें एक बात महत्वपूर्ण है कि विविधता के लिए एकता। हम इस विविधता में मूल खोजना चाहते हैं कि उसमें भी एक एकीकरण है। उन सभी भाषाओं की विविधता में भी एक एकाकार है जो हमारे देश को एक राष्ट्र के रूप में संबोधित करता है। भारत की लगभग 12-13 भाषाएं ऐसी हैं जो रीजनल क्षेत्रों में मुख्य रूप से बोली जाती है। उनका बहुत समृद्ध लिटरेचर है और उनकी एक परंपरागत विरासत भी है। अगर हम देखें दुनिया की 20 बड़ी भाषाओं में 1/3 भाषाएं भारत की हैं। लगभग 6 भाषाएं भारत की हैं जो दुनिया के 20 मुख्य भाषाओं में शामिल है। भाषाई तौर पर उन भाषाओं को हम शास्त्रीय भाषाएं भी कहते हैं जिनमें समृद्ध लिटरेचर है, जिनमें समृद्ध कविताएं, साहित्य और रीजनल शब्दावलियों की भरमार है। तो हमारे यहाँ भारत सरकार मान्यता देती है कुछ शास्त्रीय भाषाओं को, तो शास्त्रीय भाषाओं की संख्या अभी अभी बढ़कर अब 11 हो गई। हम देखते हैं कि भाषा आदमी जन्म से नहीं सीखता, वो माहौल से सीखता है, लेकिन भाषा सीखने की क्षमता मनुष्य में जन्मजात होती है। हम इस विविध भाषाओं वाले देश में ये बात तो जान ही सकते हैं कि हम सिर्फ अपनी भाषा को ही आदर न दें, बल्कि इस डाइवर्सिटी वाले देश में अन्य सभी भाषाओं को भी उतना महत्व दें जितना हम अपनी भाषाओं को देते हैं। वर्तमान समय में हम कई जगह चर्चा सुनते हैं कि रीजनल लैंग्वेज के लिए बहुत सारे आंदोलन जारी हैं, बहुत सारे कई कई वॉयलेंस वाली घटनाएं भी घट जाती हैं। तो हमें अपनी भाषा के प्रति प्रेम रखना चाहिए, लेकिन सदैव ही दूसरी भाषाओं के लिए भी हमें उतना ही वेलकम करना चाहिए। और हम एक बात जान लें कि हमारे देश में बहुत सारे नदी, पहाड़, जैसे ही कोई पहाड़ बदलता है उस क्षेत्र की भाषा कुछ और हो जाती है, उसके पहले कुछ और भाषा रहती है। नदियों के किनारे जो संस्कृतियां विकसित होती हैं उनमें भी एक रीजनल आधार पर भाषाओं का विकास होता रहता है। तो भाषा जोड़ने का माध्यम बने, भाषा एक दूसरे को समझने का माध्यम बने, ये हमारी चर्चा का भी मंथन का विषय है और आज के समय का ज्वलंत मुद्दा भी है। आपने देखा भाषा हमारी राजनीति का बहुत बड़ा मुख्य मतलब मुद्दा रही है। देश आजाद हुआ उसके बाद आपने देखा कि पोट्टू श्री रामलू ने 1952 में आमरण अनशन करके मद्रास प्रेसिडेंसी से हटकर तेलुगु राज्य के गठन के लिए लंबे समय तक आमरण अनशन किया। उस आधार पर समिति गठित हुई, राज्य पुनर्गठन आयोग गठित हुआ और भाषाई आधार पर राज्य का निर्माण हुआ। तो भाषा सिर्फ सांस्कृतिक मुद्दा नहीं रहा, राजनीतिक मुद्दा। आज भी देश में जितने राज्य हैं उनमें मुख्य जो कंटेंट है राज्य के गठन का, उनमें भाषा एक बड़ा हिस्सा रहा। इस पूरे व्याख्यान में हम अपने जो मुख्य अतिथि हैं डॉक्टर महबूब जाहिद साहब और डॉक्टर आदित्य कुमार जी, मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं कि आज आप लोग बहुत व्यस्ततम समय में हमारे इस वेबिनार के लिए, इस वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए समय निकालें। इसके लिए हम आपको तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं कि आज का पूरा दिन आपसे हमें हम सबको सीखने को बहुत कुछ मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सबीना मैम, आपने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। इट्स ओवर टू यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring remarks and for the reaffirming the importance of connecting education and our linguistic heritage. Thank you so much, sir. Now, we move towards our first technical session, which will be addressed by Dr. Mahboob Zahid. He is a distinguished linguistics and a scholar whose research explores language, pedagogy, and cultural semiotics. Dr. Mahboob Zahid, he is a PhD graduate in linguistics from Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. He did his MA in linguistics from University of Delhi, and for his doctoral degree, he has worked on verbal morphology in Bijika, a descriptive study. Currently, he is working as an assistant professor in linguistics in the Department of Linguistics, Central University of Rajasthan, Ajmer. And prior to Central University of Rajasthan, he has also served as a faculty in Aligarh Muslim University, Mumbai University, Punjab University, where he taught various courses related to the core and applied linguistics. His areas of interest are general linguistic theory, descriptive linguistics, morphology, morphosyntax, documentation, and language pedagogy. He has been awarded with the Senior Research Fellowship in 2015. In addition, he was awarded UGC in 2013 and All India Postgraduate Scholarship in 2009. He has presented more than 15 papers in both national and international seminars. Till date, he has earned 7 research papers and 2 book chapters in the field of language and linguistics. His topic for today, Beyond English and Hindi, Reclaiming Knowledge System through Vernacular Pedagogies, opens up a vital intellectual space, and he will remind us that linguistic binaries like English versus regional languages conceal a deeper issue, the politics of knowledge accessibility. Sir, we are delighted to have you with us. I now invite you, Dr. Mehboob Zahid, to deliver your address.
Thank you, Shabina ma'am, for giving this opportunity. So, good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Mehboob Zahid from Central University of Rajasthan. Indeed, it is great privilege to be here today and speak on the theme that is very close to my heart and very close to the future of our country. That is beyond English and Hindi, reclaiming knowledge system through vernacular pedagogy. So before going ahead, I would like to thank Dr. Shabina ma'am, convener of this program, for inviting me. I would also like to thank Kumar Ratnam sir, Dr. Pawan sir, Pardeep sir, Devendra Sahu sir, and all the participants who are present here for this program. Okay, so when I received this invitation from Dr. Sabina, I was thinking like she asked me to give a topic, and then I thought like what should I prepare for our talk, and then I think and then thought like okay, this will be the better topic according to the theme, so I decided this one. Okay, so before proceeding ahead, I would like to start with a phrase that is dream language. So before proceeding, I would like to conduct a quick survey from the participants who are present here. Right, this is not a big survey, it is only a like three questions survey. So I would like to share my screen if it is possible from here. Okay. So I hope my
Yes.
screen is visible, right? Here in this slide, you can see that there is a QR scanner. So all those who have their mobile can scan this QR, and then there will three questions will appear, right, that you need to answer. This will also show that how many participants are actually there.
जाहिद साहब, अब मेरे तो मोबाइल पे ही चल रहा है, तो मैं आपकी
Okay.
बात को फॉलो कैसे करूं?
No need to attend everyone, like it is just for participation of the people. It's not mandatory for everyone, right? So those who have access to like laptop and mobile, so if they have secondary mobile, they can answer.
Sir, it shows only one question in that, sir, in that link.
Is it is it showing only one?
No,
Okay,
no.
it will appear one
Yes,
after
sir.
another. So once you will answer, then the second will appear.
Okay.
Okay, so I think my screen is visible uh, till now. I have received like around 10 people have participated. 8 people or 10 people have participated. Okay, so here you can see that there are two two types of questions, you can say. Okay, which is like dream language. So the first one in which language you dream. So in that you can see that there are more people who have answered that in mother tongue. So mother tongue, like whatever language you speak, it may be Bhojpuri, it may be Bajika, it may be Hindi, it may be for some it may be English. Okay, so there are two people who have responded English and one as a regional language. Now, when we go to the second questions, in second question, in which medium school you studied, you can see that there are 4 who have answered that in English medium school. In English medium, they have studied. Only one have got their education in mother tongue, and then there are 2 response which says in regional languages. But when we talk about the language of dream, so the language of dream means in which language you want your child to study in. Okay, so I frame it like that. So mostly when you have inclination towards some language, then you will find it suitable for your offshoots, like what to select for as a medium of education. So here you can clearly see that more people are inclined towards uh, English language, right? So this inclination towards English language uh, is like you can say many things in support of that English language, why you are inclined towards English language. So you can say that, okay, it gives us global reach, it is a language that generates economy, brings it, fetches a good status in the society, and so many, etc., etc. So all these things you can say in favor of this language. Okay, now let us think about our competency through, though we all are multilingual in these languages, right? So we are multilingual in India, but do we have competency in all those language? And what is the language in which we have more competency, right? So when we think about those things, then we find that sometime like the English language, the scenario of English which is here in India is like, okay, it is language of education, but the reality is that only 1% people have claimed this language as their mother tongue in India. And when we talk about like how many people can speak, so according to census, Indian census, there are only 16 to 70% people who can speak English. And so this is the scenario, the actual scenario in India, right? Okay, so having this in mind, I decided to think about like how we should proceed for about the language. Okay, so okay, so while I was doing research regarding this, okay, and then I search about like what is the scenario in India. Am I audible to all you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so when I was researching for this, and then okay, so let me share my PPT. Okay, my PPT is visible.
जी.
So previously shared PPT shared.
Is it visible now?
Well, it
Okay, let me.
The slides are not moving, sir. It shows only
Okay,
the previous questions and its results.
okay, let me share. Okay, I hope it is visible now.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible, sir.
Okay. Okay, so if you will look upon the scenario which is in India about the English language, okay, so all the states, like there is only few states in which 40% like there is a Goa, Chandigarh, where more than 40% people speak English. Then there are some states like Nagaland, but in most of the state it is less than 20%. Okay, and if you will look upon the Hindi, especially the Hindi states, so that includes Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, right? In all those states, it is less than even the 10% people who can speak English. So basically, the English speaker in India is very less, right? But when you will search for the English medium schools, what you will find that it is like in most of the South Indian state, it is the medium of education in English more than the any regional language. So this is one scenario. Another scenario is that like when you will search about 10 institute, 10 top schools, right? So for example, so what I have done, okay, so there are top 10 schools, and what is the medium of instruction? You can clearly see that in top 10 schools, there are all schools which is English medium schools. The 10 plus 2 schools, the same scenario, like it is English medium school. Okay, so in this category, there is one school, 10 plus 2 school, which I can find, which was in Bengali medium school. Otherwise, most of the schools are English medium schools. So this is the situation of English in India. Okay, top 10 colleges, same. The answer you will get the same like English medium schools. So no matter where it is, whether it is in North India, whether it is in South India or in Northeast India. Okay, so the medium of instruction is throughout the country is English for top 10 schools, college, and same is for higher education institute. Okay, so when we move higher institutions, okay, we find the same situations like, okay, all schools are, sorry, higher institutes are, for example, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, medium English. Okay, so same is for every university, every college. So this shows our inclination towards English language, right? according to UDIS report, which was published in 2019 and 20, right? This is the situation of English medium schools in India. So in a state like Telangana, there are 73% students who are going to English medium schools. Andhra Pradesh, it is 66%. Tamil Nadu, it is 57%. Kerala 65. So, and if we talk about North India, so it goes Haryana, Delhi, Punjab. They all have more than 50% English medium schools, or the students who are going to English medium schools, and it is fast shift towards English language, right? So the same report says like it was at least around 20% less in 2015 and 15-16. So in 5 years there is a growth of 20% towards English language. This is the scenario. Now let us think about Hindi, right? So as other people said in the inaugural session, that what is the conditions of Hindi? Hindi is a language, according to census, is a language that is spoken by 60% population of India, right? But which Hindi they speak? Okay, so this Hindi is not a single Hindi, but there are various dialect in Hindi language combined together. So for example, we have languages like Bundelkhandi, we have languages like Braj Bhasha, we have language from Uttar Pradesh, which is included in Hindi, Khadi Boli, and other Awadhi Bhasha. All those are part of Hindi language. Similarly, when we take the situation of like Bihar, so in Bihar there are 4 or 5 major languages which is spoken. So that includes Bhojpuri, Mathili, Maghi, and other languages like Bajika. Okay, so all these, there is a speaker of all these languages. But what had happened in the census, like all these languages have been reported under Hindi language, right? So they are considered as a dialect of Hindi. Similarly for Rajasthani, in Rajasthan also we have language like Marwari, then we have language like Shekhawati and many others dialect which is there, which is considered dialect of Rajasthani, and then Rajasthani again is considered as a dialect of Hindi. So that has also been included in Hindi language, right? Similar situation is like Chhattisgarh. Okay, so Chhattisgarh, we all know that the languages which is spoken in Chhattisgarh is Chhattisgarhi, which is again part of Hindi language. So the language that we speak, the Hindi language which we claim is spoken by 60%, is not the so-called standard Hindi. Okay, being a linguist, what I can say that there are hardly even 10% people who speak the so-called Hindi language in India, right? Then the question arises, what language they speak? Okay, so the language that they speak is like, according to linguists and like people like me who have worked on documentations of language, who claim it like this, whatever regional language they speak, that is the language they live in. Okay, so they are thinking the language of their in which they dream is their mother tongue, which is different from Hindi. So this is the situation in India. But our education system, our government policy is more inclined towards Hindi and English language, that we all evident, right? And as it is reflected in the survey, that most of the people like they are dreaming for English language, right? Though this is not their language. Clear? So in this situation, what should we do? Right, so that was the questions that came to my mind, right? Okay, so to discuss this, I brought some situations like if you can see this scenario. Okay. I hope my screen is visible, right?
जी सर, दिख रही है।
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can visualize a scenario, right? A picture of a classroom in township of Bihar. A young boy who has come from Hindi medium schools of a village to attend a class in English medium college of the township. The boy is sitting quiet, staring at science teacher delivering lecture in entirely in English. He is bright, he is curious, but he is lost. The language of instruction and the language of the textbook is foreign to his home, foreign to his everyday life. Okay, so do we, I mean, if you can see these situations, you can realize, many of you can realize these situations, and you can recall whether it was the situations for you or not. Okay, so for some people it is the situation like that. Okay, so this scenario, you can consider like that boy who is there is me, who came from a Hindi backgrounds, and took admission in English medium college where the lecture was delivered in English, and I was lost not because I was not aware about the concept and other things, but I was lost because of the medium of instruction which was there, right? Then you can think about the second scenario. The second scenario is visualize another classroom, perhaps in Jharkhand. A child is being taught physics in Hindi, again a language that may not be her own. She memorizes the content, but does it speak to her live reality? Okay, so this is not their lived reality, because if you are aware about the situations like Jharkhand and situation like Chhattisgarh, okay, how many participants are from these two states? Is there anyone? Okay. Okay, so let me proceed. So even if you are not from these two states, those who are aware about these two state, they know that the linguistic situation of Chhattisgarh and the linguistic situation of Jharkhand is different from the linguistic situation of you can say Uttar Pradesh or Madhya Pradesh. Why I'm saying this? Because in these two states, there are the languages which is not Indo-Aryan language. So there are different family, language family in India. Indo-Aryan language family, Dravidian language family, Austroasiatic, Tibeto-Burman, and Andaman Nicobarese language families are there, right? So when there are languages which are from same language family, so for example, in North India, mostly we have Indo-Aryan languages. So that includes all Rajasthani, Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi, etc. So these languages are related languages. So we understand these languages very easily. There is no, I mean, whether we are a speaker of Punjabi or not, but we understand something which is spoken in Punjabi, right? So for me, Punjabi is as alien as Rajasthani. So it is not very alien, like there is mutual intelligibility to some extent, right? But the situations of Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh is different in a way, like there are different language families spoken. Okay, so when a language we encounter which is from different language family, right? So it is very difficult to understand, and like there is less mutual intelligibility, like we cannot even understand 10% of that language, right? So for example, all those who belong to North India, okay, probably might have encountered a situation in which they have met met with some people who are from South India, or they might have went there to South India, and they might have realized that they are not able to understand any of South Indian languages, right? So whether it is Tamil, whether it is Telugu, right, whether it is Kannada, okay, so they all looks alien to us, right, for North Indian people. Similarly, so in Jharkhand and in Chhattisgarh, there are languages from both, like Indo-Aryan language family, and then from Dravidian language family. And same is in Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, you have Austroasiatic language. Okay, so Santali is there, which is not an Indo-Aryan language family. So that is entirely different language. Okay, but despite of having Santali, which is second largest language spoken in Jharkhand, but the medium of instruction in Jharkhand is Hindi. Okay, so Hindi, and then like there are many schools which are more inclined towards English. So Hindi, English is there, but not the Santali language, right? So as Santali is difficult for us to converse, similarly this is the situation for Santali also. Santali are not well acquainted with Hindi language, but still they are being taught in Hindi. So Hindi is a language which is not their own. They are not the language in which they dream. Okay, similarly in Chhattisgarh, what is the medium of instruction? The medium of instruction is again Hindi and English languages mostly, but the reality of the reality is there is that like there are languages like Gond, which is spoken in Chhattisgarh. Okay, so Gondi language is basically Dravidian language, right? So Dravidian, so a child from Dravidian language cannot acquire Hindi language very easily, but they are being taught that language there, that is as a medium of instructions. Okay, so having all those situations, I uh, uh, and then the third scenario is like now a picture another classroom, say in Japan or in USA, right? A child of the same age studies complex concept of science and literature, but in his mother tongue, that is Japanese in Japan and English in USA. He doesn't have to fight the language first before he can fight to the idea. Okay, so in these situations, which is you can say of Japan or USA, they are the students are being taught in their mother tongue, right? So their mother tongue, whether it is Japanese, whether it is English. Okay, so they understand it very easily, very comfortably, right? In compared to us who fight. Okay, the report which I have shown, right, towards the English medium school, that report itself says in India, in most of the schools which are English medium school, they teach uh, mostly in Hindi, right, or the regional language, right? So because of the not very much like training is there in English language. So though they are English medium school, but they teach in local languages, right? All these situations which I mentions like makes the situation which is like we learn English, okay, somehow we make it our language of educations, right? Similarly, our government try to push up Hindi, okay, we impose Hindi, right? So there are, I mean, in case of Hindi and regional language, you can say that it is kind of imposition, right? But in case of English language, it is different. The situation of English language is like, it is not a kind of impositions, but it is a choice. Most of us uh, adopt English language as a choice. It is not the government which push up for English language. So there is two terminology used in sociolinguistics, right? One is national language policy or planning, and another is family language policy and planning. Okay, so national language policy and planning, we all have heard about like NEP 2020, right? This NEP 2020 highlights the need of the regional languages. Education should be, it promotes regional languages. It gives three language formula. So it promotes three language formula, and the formula is that like the education, the initial education should be given in vernacular language. You can say the language of the child, the language of the dream language for child, you can say a language in which the child dream. Okay, and then the secondary education should be given in regional language, and then finally their gradual shift towards English language. Okay, so three language formula promotes three language, right? At different level, right? So that is the government policy. But another is like, what about our family? Okay, family language planning. So our family, so for example, whoever have given answer to that questions, what, in which medium you want your child to study, that shows your family planning, right? What are we are inclined towards, right? So we are inclined more towards English language, and this shows this is not a imposition but the acceptance. You accept that language, right? So I'm not challenging that acceptance, because this is the scenario anyone will accept. I mean, in the present scenario, anyone will accept that English is the better language, it gives global reach, and etc etc, right? So here what I want like the government should plan in a way that the promotion can be done for English, for regional language, not for English, right? If you all are aware about the history of English, right? English was, the imposition of English was done in 1835 with the Britishers. Like they come up with an education policy in which it was made a mandate for people to study English language. Okay, in 1835, they try to like make a populace from India who can speak English, and then they can promote the British culture and other things. Okay, at the time of colonization. Okay, and then gradually this, I mean, people adopted that because of various reasons, and then it becomes the I mean the future, you can say, or the destiny of our country, that nowadays it is flourishing more than any other language. So still in like after the 70 or 80 year of after independence, we are more colonized towards language, though we are not the colony. Okay, so in this scenario, what I purpose is like the linguistic, here the linguistic point of view, what linguists think about vernacular language, right? And why we should promote vernacular pedagogy. Okay, so what I mean by vernacular pedagogy here, or the knowledge, so there are certain terms in my topic. One is the knowledge system. Okay, so what is this knowledge system? What is vernacular pedagogy? That I will further proceed with. Okay, so a knowledge system, that we all know, refers to the organized structure through which knowledge is created, preserved, transmitted, and applied within a society or community. Okay, so this is the knowledge system. It includes method, belief, language, practice, and institution that shape how people understand and interact with the world. A knowledge system is a way group of people know, learn, share what they know through oral tradition, written text, experiment, technology. Okay, so knowledge, every culture, there are the system of knowledge differs in different culture, right? So different culture means, like, if you will go for a tribal regions, okay, so tribal region, there are different uh, for example, there is there is a tribe in Bhili who play a drum in different way for different occasion, right? So there is a knowledge of playing drum in that. Okay, so they were like they use it as instrument which was for informing various occasion and other things. So that thing, so their knowledge is different, okay, in compared to the British knowledge, right? But if we will talk about the knowledge system uh, today, what is the mindset? The mindset is source of when we talk about source of knowledge, okay, so source of knowledge, we always more inclined towards Western text. Western text means when we study history, okay, we are more inclined towards the Western text. When we are into uh, science, or we are into any other knowledge, okay, we always look towards Western texts, and we have forget about our own texts. So if suppose if we want to study the knowledge, I mean, we want to take informations about Golconda Fort, which is there, which was there in medieval period. So despite having the Indian sources on that, from where the Western people have drawn their text, okay, we still look for Western text, not our own. So we have forget about our own text, okay. Then the education, when we mode of transmission, we think about mode of transmission, so we look for formal education. Formal education means a school and other things. But what we have forget about our indigenous uh, mode of transmissions, right, which was there, okay. So there are many things which is not which has not come through the formal educations, like this schooling system, okay. Institution, when we talk about institution, we are more inclined toward English schools or English universities, and we have forget our Gurukul system and other, where the value based education was given, right? Similarly, when we talk about language, so what had happens, like, we have forget about our language, we neglect our language, and we are inclined towards English, okay. So all these, okay, so all this scenario have put us, the Indian, in a situations where we neglect Indian knowledge resource, we neglect informal educations which was there, we neglect Gurukul and madrasas, we neglect regional languages, right? Okay, so neglecting all those languages and other things, okay, has made us a second class, you can say, acquirer of the language, right? Second class acquirer. Why I'm saying this second class acquirer? Because in scenario where it is not your mother tongue in which you are being taught, so you cannot acquire the concept, okay. So usually what happens when you teach people in English language, right? So when you teach in English language, then most of the time what happens, the child will be fighting for the concept, like, what is this? They will not understand that concept, because because they have not lived in that language, okay. So so that becomes like, that creates alien like situations to them, like that language becomes alien, they cannot understand, okay. But when it is taught in mother tongue, obviously some can relate with their live situations, okay. Sometimes what happen, uh, during my class teaching, what I have realized, our higher education is happening in English language, okay. We teach in English language, And when we ask them generally like a simple questions like, okay, what is the scope of okay, so for example, let's take example of my discipline, which is linguistics. Okay, so what happens like most of the time when we ask what is linguistics and what are the scope of linguistics as a discipline, right? So most of the times what the student respond on that question is like, in the scope they will write what is the application of linguistics, and they will not write the domain which we discuss in linguistics. Okay, but the reality that the meaning of the scope is not the scope that everyone like the general people knows about. Okay, so they respond a scope as a something which is the application of linguistics, and they didn't discuss the range which I mean the this subject matters which is there. Okay, so that happens because they are unable to understand the layer of the meaning attached with that. They understand only the meaning, one side of meaning you can say. Okay, so every words have different meaning. Okay, so that is being defined by context, but that context you cannot understand in a language which is not your mother tongue. Okay, so this is the situations. Okay, what is there in the language, in these languages. Okay, okay, so neglecting these language like the vernacular language, there are several drawback you can say in these languages. Okay, what are the drawback? Okay, so before we will discuss that, but before that I would like to mention like what is the vernacular language. Okay, and what is the vernacular pedagogy. So what is vernacular pedagogy and how it will serve the purpose? So here vernacular pedagogy is used here to refer to the local theories of knowledge that community activate as constituent of classroom practice. Okay, so the classrooms that is there, so which should adopt a language which is very close to the student. They have like the language in which they have lived in. Okay, so it can be, I am not saying that it should not be English, right? There are many families uh, who prepare or who make their student their child to acquire English language as a first language. Okay, so that obviously that will become the first language for them. Okay, but that is not the reality of everyone, because as I mentioned in previous slide, that there are only 0.1% population who have claimed that English is their mother tongue. Okay, so obviously if it is that situations, and then I mean only 17% people are there who can speak English. Okay, so it cannot become the mother tongue of more than 10% people. Okay, so no one in the community gives English language as a mother tongue. Okay, so initial language should be that. Okay, so the language in which they have lived in. Okay, okay, so why I am saying that it should be given that language, because as mentions in region like Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, where Austroasiatic and Dravidian languages are spoken by a predominantly large population, education continue to be delivered primarily in Indo-Aryan language, thus perpetuating Mohanty's double divide between dominant and minoritized languages, right? So there is a like division of that. Okay, so that will create a gap between the speakers of that language. Okay, and the education system. So that is the situation. Okay, okay, here you can see what is the what I mean by vernacular language. Okay, so vernacular language you can refer Regional dialects like what we have mentioned, Chhattisgarhi and Bhojpuri, Avdi, Braj, all those are ethnic groups. Okay, then there are Pidgin and other things which is there. Okay, so whatever is mother tongue, that should be. So for two terms, which is Creole and Pidgin. Okay, Creole and Pidgin, like situation is not in India, right? But that situation is there in Mauritius, is the country like Mauritius. In country like Mauritius, people from India have gone to those country, okay, Mauritius and Suriname, etc. Okay, during the colonial period. Okay, so Bhojpuri speaker, Haryanvi speaker, and many other Indo-Aryan speakers have moved to those country during the colonial period. They went there with their mother tongue, which is Bhojpuri, and then Bhojpuri, along with the local language, created a kind of pidgin, a pidgin which is a contact language over there. Okay, and then gradually pidgin, when the pidgin developed, it is considered as a Creole. Okay, so Creole is like more towards a language. Okay, so it is more complex, more other things. So that has become the mother tongue of the child of those migrants who moved from Bhojpuri and Haryanvi speaking region to those places like Suriname and other countries. So there, it is not a dialect of Bhojpuri, or there it is not a dialect of Hindi, but it is a language which is developed from Bhojpuri uh, and the local language, right? So mix up of those two languages, right? So it is different from Creole, and that can also be considered as a vernacular language of that society there in Suriname. Okay. Okay, so if we talk about the history of vernacular education and why I am I'm having my words in favor of that, because if you will go in the past, like how our educations happen in the past, okay, you will find that uh, the population of India got uh, like educated in vernacular language, not in like the so-called English language or any other the so-called sophisticated language. Okay, so for example, when we go back in the Sufism period, okay, so there were people like Amir Khusru, okay, and Amir Khusru, who wrote their the writing which he adopted for his writing, okay, was Hindavi. Okay, so Hindi, they wrote in Hindavi during that period. And why they, and though at that time the language of the elite was Persian or Arabic. Okay, so though having Persian or Arabic as their the language of education at that time, but he promotes Hindavi language. So he was writing in Hindavi language, right? Why he was writing? Because that was the language which the mass can understand. Okay, so for the understanding of mass, he used that language at that time. Okay, so because of all those, what happens, like people get inclined towards that Sufism and other things, and there are many things happen in favor of that. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so so what I think, like when you disseminate the education in English language, right, it becomes like some sort of hurdle for local people who do not acquire English as a mother tongue. Okay, so it put a kind of burden to them. They cannot bear it very easily. Okay. Okay, so that's why it should be given, the education should be given in their local mother tongue, you can say. Okay, whatever, I am not saying like what will be the mother tongue. It can be any, like any dialects of Hindi or any other language that they speak. If we talk about benefit, okay, so what is the benefit of this pedagogy, like vernacular pedagogy? So if we look for the benefit, it is like positive influence on learning outcomes. Obviously, uh, when you will give education in mother tongue, so what will happen, like there will be they will not feel disconnected from the subject matters which is there. They will they can apply it. Okay, it is like it is beyond the rote education systems, you can say. So it will be beyond the memorizations. Like, so what is the scenario in our place nowadays is like, though the childrens are into English medium and even in Hindi mediums, which where the Hindi is alien to them, there are many things which is not uh, in Hindi also, which is not used in day-to-day day conversations, okay, by Hindi, by the local language speakers. So sometimes Hindi also become the alien language to them. Okay, there are many, I mean, even for us, many a times when we study Hindi texts and other things, okay, so that text becomes alien because of the certain jargons which is there, which we cannot understand, very sanskritized and sophisticated jargons which is there. Okay, so that makes us like we cannot, if we cannot understand that, we cannot connect with that. Okay, and obviously that will influence the outcomes. Okay, outcomes will be not that favored as it could have been in mother tongue. Okay, though another aspect of this situation is that uh, the the scenario which in which we live, we are more inclined towards English language. Okay, so gradually what happens, like we forget our mother tongue to some extent, we forget our regional language to some extent, and then we also we are not very much competent in English also. Okay, so all this scenario impacts our learning outcomes for sure. Okay, student participation. Student participation is another a very challenging situations here. Like when you are lost, if you are not understanding something which is in a language that is not your own language. Okay, so it creates a hurdle to students. Yes.
Please continue, sir.
Okay, so it creates a hurdle to a student. They do not participate, right? To overcome rote memorizing. So rote memorizing, like we are just into like when that those languages are alien to us, we memorize, we didn't understand, and when we didn't understand, we do not apply those knowledge in our day-to-day use. Okay, dropout rate, maintenance, like when you are teaching uh, in vernacular languages, then what will happen? So obviously the dropout rate will maintain. Dropout, why and the drop rate maintain? Because when the student participation will increase in the study, if they will feel connected with all those things, so obviously they will like we will be regular. Okay, promoting equality, accessibility, and inclusivity. Okay, so this vernacular pedagogy also promotes equality to all, right? So there will be no mass disconnect, you can say. Okay, so it gives equality to so suppose the scenario like Jharkhand and the Chhattisgarh again. Okay, so if the student of Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand will be given education, suppose in Gondi, which is the language that is spoken in Chhattisgarh to Gondi speakers, and then the student of Santali who are from that Jharkhand will be given education in Santali language. Okay, that will promote Santali language, right? It will become accessible to others, which is whoever is there, and it will increase the inclusivity of the society. Okay. Other thing is what happens in the scenario like India, where we have multiple language, right? For example, so like most of the people who are here in North India, okay, uh, due to the policy or whatever you can say, due to the situation which is there in North India, we acquire and learn three languages, right? So we acquire and learn three languages. I am multilingual. So I am multilingual in the sense like I speak mother tongue, which is there. Okay, so in my case, for example, it is Bajika. Okay, then I learn Hindi during my school days. So the Hindi become second language, you can say, and then the third language is English. And along with that, what happens, like sometimes we learn our classical languages like Sanskrit. Okay, sometimes we due to some other reasons we learn languages like Urdu. Okay, so all these scenario create a situation in which we acquire and learn uh, three or four or maybe sometimes more languages. Okay, due to this what happens, uh, like the the cognitive load on the brain increase, right? So cognitive load increase because we I mean, according to the theories of multilingualism, it is said that you cannot have equal competency in all the language that you speak. Okay, so obviously it will it will increase your cognitive load on your brain, though our brain is, there is a elasticity in our brain which enable us to acquire more and more language. We can increase the capacity of our brain, but that increasing is not like to any extent you cannot increase. And this is the reason that uh, despite of learning languages like three, four languages, our competency is not, I mean, we are not fluent in all the language equally. Okay, so sometimes when you are more inclined to English, your you will become a little more competence in English language, and in another situations you will be you will become fluent in Hindi but not in English and your mother tongue. Sometimes happens like you might you can fluent in your mother tongue but not the other tongue. Okay, so so this is one situation. Another situation, like why I'm saying this, optimize the cognitive load, because the pressure of uh, recalling is optimized. Okay, optimize in a sense like when you have you have adopted your mother tongue. Okay, mother tongue for education. So what will happen, like in mother tongues we have multiple way of expressing our feeling. Okay, so we have alternate way in which we can express our feeling. Okay, so for example, to ask someone like how are you. Okay, so in English we will have some certain set of phrase that we utilize, but in Hindi or in any mother tongues that we speak, we can ask it in several uh, several way. Okay, so these are the things which I wanted to like talk about. Okay, so in this scenario, like in this scenario, what I feel it is for a country like India is that the education should be given in mother tongue. Okay, mother tongue. Why? Because it is it is more democratic, right? It enhance the inclusivity. Okay, it enhance the participation of the students. Okay, and we should think about the policy in which we are more inclined towards English language, right? So this is all about from my side. If any query, anything.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the participants, if you have any question, please unmute your mic and ask. So there are some questions in the chat box. Shall I read?
Yes, sure.
So one question is from Mr. Afzal Khan. He's asking, what role can translation and digital media play in strengthening vernacular scholarship?
Okay, so if we go for like the history of vernacular, okay, so what happens in the history also, like when the printing and the Renaissance, during the Renaissance period, what happened? The printing press and other things came in existence, right? And when these printing press came in existence, then what happens? Like uh, uh, the writings become available for all other languages. So people start printing in the regional languages, which is the vernacular language. So one aspect is there, right? Then in colonial period, what happens? In colonial period, like the situation appear like they colonial power uh, try to impose their colonial language like English and French. Okay, so because of that, even you can see today that there are many places where English is dominating. Okay, because of that colonial times policy and planning. Okay, now nowadays when we talk about uh, the technology which is there. Okay, nowadays technology is there. Okay, which is very helpful in preparing the materials and other things in the local vernacular languages, right? So earlier, like nowadays, for example, the translation. Okay, so translation is something which is we required sometimes. Okay, for making materials in regional languages, and of course that task has become very easy nowadays because of the technology. Okay, so we have AI and other platforms where we can easily translate. Apart from that, if we talk about like there is a government division where the creation of scientific and technical terms is happening. Okay, so in the creation of scientific and I mean in language, what becomes difficult for us? The terminology which is there. Okay, so scientific terminology uh, is there, which creates problem for us. Okay, whatever, like for example, nowadays we have hashtag and so many other things are there in the social media. Okay, those terms we adopt it as it is, right? So technological things which is there, they can is I mean you have translation and other platforms where you can take help of those technology and you can translate it easily in vernacular languages. So that kind of support uh, we get from technological innovation nowadays.
Okay, so thank you, sir. So one more question is there. Uh, like New Zealand revived Maori. How can
Maori,
India
Maori
Maori?
language.
Okay.
Yes.
How
Mhm.
can India revive its endangered tribal languages?
See,
Endangered tribal languages.
okay. So, s- see, sometimes what happens in country like New Zealand, where that Maori language has been revived. Okay, okay. So there, the determinism. What kind of determinism a government have towards some language, right? So if you will look for, you will go for the policy that is there. Okay, the policy is towards that. Like Indian government says that education should be given in mother tongue, and then I mean later on the safety is towards English language, right? So that is the reason for those is that like it will give uh, recognition to mother tongue. Okay, but along with that, what I have mentioned is like we have two type of planning. One is national language planning and another is family language planning, right? So family, if we will not think for family language planning, okay, and we will not think in that direction, then it will become very difficult, right? So what government is saying today, they are saying that you should learn in mother tongue, okay, or the regional language that is there, right? They are not promoting that much to English language, right? One aspect is that, but still we are more inclined towards English language. Okay, so it has also become the responsibility of the ethnic group or the community who are there. Okay, for example, when I was working in Chhattisgarh on language like Gondi, which I mentioned in my talk, okay, so the speaker of the, who were there, okay, they were more inclined towards Hindi, right? The reason of being inclined towards Hindi was because they think that okay, it was same situations like we are more inclined towards English in metropolitan city or in city. Okay, so we are more inclined towards, we think that it will give recognition, it will give a status, it will give global reach. So in the same way, those Gondi speakers thinks like, okay, Hindi is a language which is spoken throughout Madhya Pradesh, even throughout like Chhattisgarh and North India. Okay, so it will fetch us better economy, right? Better prospect. Okay, so whatever we feel for English, that was their feeling for Hindi language, right? So in that's why they are shifting. So it is very honestly speaking, it is very challenging, okay, to to maintain that situation. So okay, so the participation, everyone participation is required, like the community and the government policy, okay, should be in that directions.
So one more question is there, sir. How can we prevent vernacular pedagogy from being romanticized or limited to cultural nostalgia?
Once more.
How can we prevent vernacular pedagogy from being romanticized or limited to cultural nostalgia?
Okay, so one uh, in like if I have understand the question well, okay, so see, every language have its own cultural things which is there. Okay, and then there is different the way of expressions which are there, right? So when we write something, okay, literary things, when we write, okay, so we consider that we are writing, we have literature in Hindi, we have literature in Urdu, okay, so there are literature in English language, okay, but we think that there is no literature in vernacular language, but that is not true. Okay, the vernacular language also have their own way of literature, okay, which is folk literature, you can say. Okay, and that is full of everything which you claim in so-called the super languages like Hindi and other things. Okay, so there is also like uh, folk songs and other folk traditions are there, okay, which is towards that. Right.
One more question by Abu Saad Sheikh. How can we came up with this challenge when students change teaching language from mother tongue to English or regional languages?
Again.
How can we came up with these challenges when students change teaching language from mother language to English or regional languages?
Uh, See, there are two things which we need to differentiate. One is like the policy, the adaptations of the mindset. I talk about the Indian mindset. Okay, so what is the mindset, and then what is the linguistic reality? Okay, so if we talk about the linguistic reality that you learn better in your mother tongue. Okay, any concept, any things you will learn better in your mother tongue, right? And then your mind is like towards English language, like, so you think that okay, it will give better opportunity, better prospect. Okay, so we are in the dilemma. Okay, dilemma of whether we should go with this, or if we will be going with the vernacular language, then what will be happen, like we will be far behind in compared to those who are in other medium schools, right? So in this dilemma, what happens, like there is a term used in economics or in share market. Okay, the fear of the missing out. Okay, so there is a fear of the missing out, like if my kids will not study in that language, then we will be missed out from the opportunity which is associated with that particular language. Okay, so here the role of government becomes very important. Okay, why I'm saying the role of government becomes very important, because if you will fetch the history of English language in India, so what happened at that time? At that times, the person who imposed that English language, what the policy he brought was that, like, he has stopped giving a scholarship, he has stopped giving many other things which was given to the regional languages at that time, and those all scholarship and other things was diverted to English language, right? So if the government think in that way, right, if they think like okay, we are actually we want to promote regional language, then they will have to do something like that. Okay, so the jobs and the other I mean, which we consider as a like inclining tools, okay, which make us incline towards something. Okay, so all those can be diverted to the regional language, then only it is possible, I think. Otherwise it will always prevail that the missing fear of missing out will prevail.
So two more questions, Ada, shall I ask?
Yeah, sure.
So, it is by K. Piranin. If colonization not happen in India, what is your common language?
See, before that colonizations, right, the language which was there, okay, so the Hindustani, in I'm talking about particularly about North India, okay, the so-called Hindi belt which is today, right? So the language which was there was Hindustani language, and then there was many regional languages which is there in, I mean, across the India. We all know that in India we have like there are more than 1500 mother tongues, right? And out of those 1500 mother tongues, there are 22 scheduled languages, right? So scheduled languages are there, and those scheduled languages, as mentioned by many of our speakers before, that the reality is what, we are not a speaker of any one language. So there was not like the future of India was not only one language, right? We are, so the second language, which is second most spoken language in India, is Bengali. And Bengali is a language spoken by, I mean, in the world level it is fifth largest language or sixth largest language in the world, right? So we have not one language. Okay, there are many languages which was there. Okay, like, you know, I mentioned about those bhakti movement happen, right? So in during the bhakti movement, okay, the educations was imparted and all those literature was written in the regional, at that point of time it was regional, you can say that variety dialect, it was not a language. They become language later on after those writings and other thing. Okay, so people start writing in Kannada. I mean, Kannada become Kannada because of those bhakti movements, because people wrote in that language. Okay, so that these languages are result of vernacular pedagogy, right? So we have, I mean, these much of language in India today because of that vernacular pedagogy. Okay, so it was not like the future of India was not one language, but many languages in different region of the country.
So we have a question by Vaishali Sridhar. How can we solve the problem of those students who is not familiar with English from childhood and want to associate with English language, but they face a lot grammatical problem?
Vernacular education. So this is the reality. Like what happens, see what once I heard a kid was studying, like my niece was teaching to a kid, and what he was like reading, he was all the times he will say like, okay, you might have encountered a word like e say ik, you know. So ik is a sugar cane which is there. Okay, and sugar cane in Bihar is said as ook, right? So it is ook, not ik. Okay, and all the times whenever he was instructed ise ik, he will read it ise ook, right? So that is the influence of mother tongue that happen, that always happen, and that will happen, right? So I mean, I'm not from education, so how to overcome that? Okay, but I think like to avoid that, we should consider vernacular education.
So this is the last question. So, what challenges do educators face when implementing vernacular programs, particularly regarding the standardization and teaching training?
Okay, in this prospect, what I feel like sometimes what happen, there are we have many terminology, many jargons related to particular domain. Okay, so for example, when we are doing chemistry, we have different chemistry notions which is there. When we are doing political science, then also there are many political science terminology, psychology, and all those like domain of study which is there. They have their specific jargon, right? And the searching equivalent for those jargons become difficult for us, right? And what happens, like we try to translate all those jargons into the vernacular language, right? At this respect, what I feel, we should adopt a certain like methodology like Japan has adopted. Okay, so if you will go and look for the Japan, okay, so their Japanese I mean, they are more inclined towards Japanese in compared to any other like English and other things, right? So they were inclined towards Japanese, but they were not more inclined towards translating all those technical and scientific terms into the mother tongue. What they did, they just adopted those technical terms in their language, right? And as a result, what happened, like now if you will fetch for the writing system of Japanese, it is written like there are three writing system in one, right? I mean, the Japanese writing system is made up of three writing system. Okay, so the three writing system is adopted in one single writing system. So they write in kanji, they write in I mean there are three other. Okay, so the kanji they write because of the Chinese influence. Okay, katakana is because they are native, and then there is another way of writing which is for English or foreign words, right? So they adopted that word as it is. Okay, so in their writing system there are three altogether there are three writing system which is there. Okay, so here also to overcome that, I think we go in that way. Okay, so despite of creating jargon which is again the alien to us, we should go for adopting those technical terminology as it is. Okay. So
Thank you, sir.
so in my point of view, like gig today nowadays we have a term called gig worker. Okay, so gig worker should be adopted as a gig worker, not like we should not search for the translation of what is the translation of gig, right? In that way, I hope.
Thank you,
Yes.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. Your work emphasize, like your talk emphasize on the vernacular pedagogies that are not about linguistic nostalgia, but about decolonizing classroom, empowering local epistemology, and reclaiming education as a participatory act. Thank you very much, sir, for that deeply reflective and thought-provoking section. You have beautifully captured the crux of your topic.
Thank you.
And I am unmute. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. But thank you, sir. Thank you. Your talk has set a perfect foundation for today's discussion. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Now we will move to our next session. Dr. Aditya Kumar, sir, have you joined us?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Uh, Zahid, sir, can you please stop sharing your?
Okay, sure, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we are moving ahead towards our next session, and it is my privilege to introduce our second eminent
Yes.
speaker, Dr. Aditya Kumar. Aditya Kumar is a media
Yes, ma'am.
professional and academic with 17 years of diverse experience in journalism, filmmaking, audio production, and teaching. Currently associated with Galgodia University, he has previously taught at Delhi School of Journalism, University of Delhi, and other reputed institutes. He is a BHU alumnus. He holds an MA in Mass Communication and Executive MBA in Marketing and has cleared UGC NET in Mass Communication. His students' film has won 40 plus awards at national and international film festivals. Professionally, he has worked with leading media houses such as Asianet, Newsable, Newsweek Group, and Daily Press, handling creative production, reporting, and video content. His short film Sahitya and Welcome Red is streamed on Disney Hotstar, earning multiple awards. Aditya's research focuses on film studies, media innovation, and value based education. A passionate storyteller, filmmaker, educator, he continues to bridge the gap between media industry and academia through creative mentorship and experiential learning. His topic, linguistic heritage as knowledge repository, the epistemic significance of vernacular languages, connect language to politics of memory and identity. I now invite Dr. Aditya Kumar to share your scholarly reflection with us.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Um, Thank you so much, Shabina, ma'am. Am I audible? Can you please confirm that?
Yes, yes, you are
Yes, sir,
audible.
आवाज आ रही.
Yeah, thank you, sir. See, um, before I start, I just want to tell a little bit about my past journeys. Before shifting to academics, I was a journalist, and uh, during my journalism career, we actually started one, campaign kind of thing to revive Bhojpuri language in Bihar. And the Bhojpuri has not been included in the eighth schedule of Constitution as recognized or official language. It is still being considered as a dialect, and we decided to launch a campaign, and I got support from a lot of people, like son of late Prime Minister Chandrasekhar, Mr. Neeraj Shekhar, then Bhojpuri film stars, and two, three people from Airport Authority of India, retired IAS officers. So we launched that campaign, and because I mean, and just for that sake, I traveled a lot of parts of India and many states just to investigate what is the status of dialects and why these dialects are not being recognized as language. And that journey was so insightful. I traveled many states. Uh, One of the a prominent place which I visited, that was a village in Karnataka, a very small place. The name of that village is Mattur. I mean, less than 100 families are there. Now it will be somewhere around 50, 60 families only, but officially they say 100 families are there. They speak Sanskrit, and this village and the people residing in that village, they are hell-bent, they are dedicated to revive their language Sanskrit. And the way, I mean, it was very insightful. So when I visited many parts of this country to understand the problems faced by the dialects, I came to know. I mean, I will just point two, three, important facts here. The language is being considered as the dialect is being considered as official language by Government of India on basically on the three parameters. Number one, if it is you know uh, spoken by a very huge number of speakers, and number two, this dialect has its own organized grammar, and number three, it must have you know um, a very rich presence in terms of literature. So the literature, speakers, and the grammar, these three things play a very, I mean, a crucial role in recognizing that language, dialect as an official language. And because of these things, Bhojpuri is not being considered, and there are so many other dialects which are not being considered. So I got to know this thing. These dialects are, they these dialects, they preserve very, very important, knowledge. The knowledge embedded in these languages are surprising. But just because of some regions, some changes, some, legal obstacles and all, these dialects are not being preserved. And when these dialects are on the verge of extinctions, they are dying, we are actually going to lose very important, very, very important survival skills, ecological knowledge. A lot of other things are there which I will try to encapsulate in my presentation now. So let me start my presentation with this one, the first slide. Um See, indigenous languages as knowledge depositories. So there is a very there is one small story related to Dr. Einstein. Einstein, the famous scientist, tales and lessons from Andaman tsunami. So what happened? Once one lady, she was very close to uh, Einstein. Uh, she asked Einstein, I want to make my son like you. I mean, it is my wish he will become just like you, very famous scientist. So what should I do? So what happened? Einstein took some moments and he replied, tell him lots of stories, tales, fairy tales and all. That lady was a little bit confused that I mean, why Einstein is saying to tell stories to my son when I am willing to make my son a scientist. So there was a hidden message, in suggestion given by Mr. Einstein. In 2004, we all know in December 2004, tsunami came and created catastrophic consequences. And so I don't want to go deep in those all details to tell what kind of catastrophic consequences that tsunami, the sea waves brought. So the important thing is in 2004 when the after tsunami, government tried to assess the damages, and few people they try to inspect Andaman Nicobar Island, and they inspected that entire island, sitting inside the helicopter. And when they were doing that inspection, they saw one person. He was actually trying to attack on them using his bow and arrow. So uh, they realized that this entire, uh, this population, there is, I mean, they were thinking that there is a huge devastation on this island. Nobody is survived. But after seeing this person, they tried to research, they investigated, and they found surprising facts. There was very less, very minimal devastation happened to that Andaman Nicobar Island. And why? So they did the investigation. So this a lot of media houses they publish this story: Stone Age cultures survive tsunami waves. So what happened in Andaman Nicobar after that tsunami? It's a living example. We must understand the knowledge embedded in our vernacular languages, and we should understand the epistemic knowledge, and we should preserve these vernacular languages. So tribal inhabitants of the Andaman Nicobar Islands understand their ecology better than we do, yet we kill them by trying to bring them out. So this was the story published in a newspaper related to Andaman Nicobar Island. Let's briefly discuss about what happened in Andaman Nicobar when the mainstream areas where people are equipped with uh, scientific equipments, satellites inputs, but still devastation was catastrophic. And but in contrast, when we assess the damage in Andaman Nicobar, it was minimal. Very less damage was there. And they were not having this kind of scientific equipments or satellite inputs, or they are not highly educated, even they are not a part of the mainstream country. So why it happened? There is a tribe, uh, Onge. I mean, there are a lot of other tribes, but mainly this Onge tribe. The Onge tribe reportedly interpreted unusual ocean behavior, receding water, animals moving inland as a sign to escape. In Nicobarese oral narratives, the sea is described as both giver and taker, with cautionary tales about sudden floods. So when we compare the Andaman and Port Blair is also near to Andaman. So in Andaman, the tribes they are living right now, they actually belong to the first wave of human. I mean, they have been living there for more than 30,000. Here, typo error is there. I'm sorry for that. More than 30,000 years they have been living in that island, and they have been actually transferring the knowledge embedded in their folk tales, songs. Intergenerational communication happens very efficiently there, so they actually transfer this knowledge generation to generations. But compared to Andaman, when the damage was assessed in Port Blair, where people actually started residing just 600 years ago, there was huge devastation. So the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are home to small indigenous groups like the Onge, Jarwa, Nicobarese, and Shompenes. These communities actually have oral traditions, songs, stories, proverbs, and they encode their environmental knowledge into their songs and stories. Their own vernacular language was the medium through which warnings and survival strategies were passed down generations. The Andaman case reminds us that losing a language is equal to losing a way of seeing and surviving in the world. So I can easily connect this incident, this tsunami and Andaman Nicobar, with the suggestion given by the famous scientist Einstein, why telling the tales, telling the stories to kids or the next generations is important. These stories, these folk songs, related to your local surroundings. You embed your knowledge into these local traditions and folk songs or stories and pass it to your generations so that it can you can transfer your knowledge embedded in your local vernacular languages. So now I will so this linguistic encoding of ecological knowledge is prominent in and it is prevailing in almost all vernacular languages. When I visited a lot of places in this country, from Chhattisgarh, then Karnataka, then Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, I found, I mean, and most importantly, Rajasthan. So it was like once you get surprised, then it will increase. I mean, more surprising facts you will find in other dialects, other regions. And I was really shocked to see that these dialects are actually vanishing, dying. There are more than 300 to 400 dialects. These dialects have only speakers less than 500 or 1,000 people, and the 90% population of those 1,000 speakers, they belong to very higher age groups, like they are senior citizens. Once they die, this this knowledge system will vanish forever from this planet. So this is the time, this is the alarming time when I am talking about this knowledge repository and vernacular languages. At this time, there will be some language, some dialects will be dying right now. One lady I met, she is very respectable lady. I actually I forget her name right now, and I don't want to pronounce her name wrong. She is in Indian Express, and she did a very marvelous research on this similar topic, survival of the dialects, and she and her article was published in Indian Express. She predicted that in the next 10 to 15 years only, more than 400 dialects will die, and this is a very serious situation. One language or one dialect is dying, it means it will take away very important ancestry or legacy, our heritage, permanently wiped out from the face of this earth. So, if we want to survive, we want to protect or preserve these knowledges embedded in the vernacular languages. We need to understand how significant, how important these languages are. I'm just going to give you some examples which will, justify my arguments here. I will start from Rajasthan. I visited this place. So there, this is very interesting example. Clouds, droughts, and other elements of nature recur in Rajasthan's folk songs. I will just give you some examples here, and you will be surprised to know this knowledge, how this knowledge, this language or dialects of, I mean, there are so many dialects in the Rajasthan. This is also similar. I mean, this case is also similar to Bhojpuri. They are also fighting to get official recognition in the 8th schedule of Indian Constitution, but because of this proper not availability of proper grammar and these all uh, problems are there. Because of that, they are not getting official recognition. In districts like Karoli, Savai Madhopur, Hadoti, and there you will find people sing about black and yellow clouds, lightning, impending rains, which are cues for field work. When we are supposed to go for field work, when we should start our agriculture, and what are the steps, and these all are decided on after calculating the weather. They understand they can do practically correct weather forecasts, and this on what basis? Their experiences. But they cannot simply tell that this is the symptom and this is going to happen. They have actually embedded this knowledge in their folk songs, and they actually these women, they sing these songs, and the next generations come to know, and in a very funny way, entertaining way, they pass this information to next generations. There are different songs for different stages of the clouds, right from when they emerge to when they depart. There are 100 synonyms of clouds, and it was very surprising for me. In Hindi or English, maybe I mean we say badal or clouds, and I mean I don't know. More than 3 4 synonyms we will be knowing. I don't know about you, but I got surprised to see this. To know these 100 synonyms of clouds. So these clouds which bring cold breeze are called kalyayan. And I'm sorry if I am not spelling it correctly, but uh, जो cold breeze लाने वाले जो बादल हैं, these clouds are called kalyayan. Clouds like cotton are called shikhar. Scattered clouds are called chitri. A small lonely cloud is called chukho. Black cloud with white area in between is called kagalod. And like this, seeing the time constraints and all, I have just given these uh, 5 6 synonyms of the cloud. There are 100 synonyms of clouds, and each and every synonym of the cloud represents different characteristics of the cloud. Now you imagine these people, they know 100 types of clouds, and when they see the type of that certain type of cloud, they predict what is going to happen. Isn't this the right time we should encode we should preserve this kind of knowledges? Now, because of the dominant languages, the I call it elite languages, Hindi and English, because of the dominance of these languages, the jobs are available in these languages. All social media or communication tools, these all are actually dependent on these dominant languages. Because of this, they are actually reluctant to speak their own local vernacular languages, and these languages are dying. And when they die, these languages die, these all languages also vanish. Next, there is one proverb also. This will also tell you how what is the richness of their language, and they have embedded this knowledge into their vernacular languages. माघ मास जो पड़े ना सीत मेहा नहीं जानियो मीत, which means that if there is no cold in the month of Magh, in Hindi, we chat, Magh, this kind of, these are the names of the months. So, Magh, which means that if there is no cold in the month of Magh, there are chances of drought next year. They can even predict the drought. And if you remember, in 1899, there was a very catastrophic drought there. Thousands and thousands of people died, and they still remember. They have made so many songs based on that 1899 ka drought, and still they pass this information. If माघ month में cold नहीं हुआ, then अगले साल पक्का सूखा आने वाला है. This kind of the knowledge and they don't know the scientific things. They don't have any weather forecasting knowledge and all. Just by observing the nature, and this is a perfect example how Mother Nature gives you knowledge if you observe her, honestly. And these songs are informal, seasonal, embedded in day-to-day life, may not be written down or viewed as scientific forecasting, but I have seen and I have noticed personally, these forecasting are very practical. It will surprise you. So, like that, if we talk about indigenous languages as knowledge repositories, I just want to share some more examples during my journey in Tamil Nadu. Childbirth practices and herbal medicine instructions were passed through women's songs, keeping medical wisdom alive outside formal texts. In Tamil language, they have made somewhere around, that very rural areas near Chennai, or if you go near, I forget the name of those places. They had made a very nice folk song in Tamil, and it is not pure Tamil. it's a dialect of, it's related, I mean, almost similar to Tamil, but it's a dialect. They have made folk song where they have categorized herbs and uses of those herbs in certain diseases, and they have, made a song. So if you sing that song, remember that song, you will be uh, having that kind of medical knowledge, almost like first aid. So if you have this kind of disease, use this herb. If this kind of disease is there, this is the symptom, use this herb. And no need to go to, and these are practically correct. These herbs work. So they pass medical wisdom through their folk songs in their vernacular languages. Mathematical knowledge, when I went to, I am from Bihar, so in Bhojpuri, see, farmers use local idioms to calculate rainfall cycles and crop rotation, showing how science lives in vernacular speech. One, we call him Kaka. He takes care of my, agricultural activities, my farms and all. He is having such a knowledge. He will just see the cloud and he will tell you the time. And when we ask how, so he explains it in a language which I am unable to understand. But his prediction is near to correct. If it is around 2, then he will say somewhere around 2:30 बज रहे हैं या 2 बज रहे हैं, something like that. So 15-20 minutes का there will be error. But just seeing the sky and the weather, he will be able to predict the timing correctly. So this is the example from Tamil Nadu and Bihar. Another indigenous languages as knowledge repositories ka examples are there. Folk songs about agriculture in Bengal. In West Bengal, folk songs Tusu, Bhadu, Mahipal, and Meshani, etc. This include knowledge about cropping sequences, planting times, plant protections, intercultural operations. And I visited Darjeeling also. After Darjeeling, visiting some areas, I went to Assam also. There, the main problem is the flood. Among tea tribe communities in Sivsagar, folk songs describing floods, when the flood will come, what will be the magnitude of the flood, when the river will start overflowing, loss of paddies, the emotional and economic impact of the floods. This helps communities anticipate damage, adapt their cropping or harvest. Mainstream disaster management often misses these local signs. So this knowledge embedded in the vernacular language must be preserved. Another example, this is from Maharashtra. There is an organization. There are a few people. They are running a very nice, very important project. It's called Pari project. Uh, these people have collected more than 80-90,000. It's 1 lakh. More than thousands and thousands songs they have collected. And what kind of songs are there? Women working at grind mills would sing songs expressing social life, family relations, caste, and gender dynamics, beliefs, but also embedded environmental and ecological observations. And there are more than thousands, such songs. And the problem here is, you know, they only sing these songs, the women, when they are actually working, when they are actually deputed near the green mills. Okay, but situation is now, the challenging situation is when technology, the mechanized mills replace the old practice, the songs fall out of use. The knowledge embedded in rhythms, metaphors, local relational ecology gets lost. And this is going to happen because technology is getting advanced and advanced. So one day, the way AI has come, and so many works which needs human interventions are actually being eliminated. So this way, if these women will lose their jobs, these thousands and thousands of songs will vanish from this planet. So important thing is we must understand how vernacular languages have knowledge. The people, the speakers, they have embedded their knowledge in their vernacular languages. And if we don't preserve these languages, we are actually going to lose this valuable information. Now we see India's multilingual heritage. These are just the superficial things which I have just included in this slide. We have 22 scheduled languages and more than 700 dialects. So we know that languages are actually carriers of culture, memory, identity. They are not just the tools of communications, they are carriers. And the journey of Indian language is not linear but layered. So earlier we started, there was oral traditions, then written, then print, then digital, and now the artificial intelligence also. I mean, it is also there. So the journey is from oral, written, print, digital, and AI. Now, because of these dominant languages, elite languages, vernacular languages are in danger. And we have opportunity also. Now we are in the digital age, we have AI, and we understand the importance of the survival of these vernacular languages and the valuable information they contain. We we need to act swiftly. We need to preserve these languages. Let me tell few things also about the challenges and initiatives what I have observed, and I have done little bit of research also. So there are some initiatives are taken by government on the state level also, on the central level also. So NLP is there, natural language processing for Indian languages, like machine translation, voice assistants. So speech recognition, text to speech in Indian languages. Government has also started one project is called Bhashini, real time translation. And we have this Alexa, Siri, Google, these kind of voice assistants. They are also supporting Indian tongues. But are these initiatives sufficient? It is not. This I will in the next slide I will tell. Um, there are very important, crucial, examples how the vernacular languages or different other languages globally they have been preserved, protected, and mostly what they had done to preserve these languages. This should be done on central government level, state government level, and the community level also. So one example which I have found, I when I was in a Sarguja is a place in Chhattisgarh. I visited that place, so I came to know about this. So this screenshot is there in this slide. There in Raipur, the forest department has started giving certification to traditional health practitioners in Chhattisgarh, seeing the importance, seeing the valuable knowledge they have in their own languages, vernacular languages, and they are actually working. It's practically they are able to I mean, like common diseases are there. They are able to treat it with the help of herbs and their local knowledge is related to. I mean, so they understand local government and state government. They recognize their knowledge, and they have started giving certification to traditional health practitioners. Okay, the forest department is implementing measures to advance indigenous medical knowledge within its forest dwelling tribal communities. Working jointly with the Department of Ayush and various partners, the Forest Department has initiated the certification of traditional community health practitioners, TCHPs, or they also call them traditional healers. So, including Baiga, Gunya, Siddha, Vaid. So, they are documenting various medicinal plant formulations scientifically also. When they give certifications, They try to understand, they try to take their knowledge, record, encode, and these medicinal plant formulations are very important and for them. So they make a record and they give these certificates to them also. So these kinds of initiatives are required. Now, see, it is challenge under these challenges and initiatives. When I said that Bhojpuri is not being considered as a language because of some stumbling blocks, because Bhojpuri doesn't meet the criteria set by government. Uh, so Bhojpuri is not having a proper grammar, they say. But at that time in IGNU, uh, 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 the Lok Sabha speaker actually inaugurated one course in BA in Bhojpuri, and they try to make a grammar, proper grammar of Bhojpuri, and if the other conditions like it should be spoken by a huge base of speakers. So there are so many speakers outside this country also in Trinidad, Tobago, and Mauritius and all. And Bhojpuri has its own culturally rich presence, but still Bhojpuri is not getting. So it shows the reluctance of government. I'm not saying they are not working, they are not honest, but actually it is getting delayed. Uh, so the more we take time to understand the importance of these languages. However, Bhojpuri is not going to die. There is a huge base of speakers, but other languages, other vernacular dialects and all, they are on the verge of extinction. So we should act promptly. Challenges are multilingual complexities, low resource languages, code mixing, and as I have said that like Bhashani Government of India project, open source projects for the digital inclusivity. This should be started on you know big level. Now there is one big concern, the ethical concern. So when you do the there is a transliteration or a translation in that particular vernacular language. So there is data bias and preservation versus homogenization. So these are the challenges, uh, you know, and I want to tell you one thing in this slide, common strategies across revivals. There are so many languages or dialects, they were on the verge of extinctions, but they were actually revived. Now they are, uh, very happy languages, healthy languages, and some of them, like you can see in South America, one language is there. In Japan, in New Zealand, Maori Hebrew. Hebrew is the most successfully revived language in this world. It is considered the most successful revival, Hebrew. So when you start studying the approaches adopted by these people, or I mean the speakers or the government or local communities, so I found these 5 points uh, actually applied by all, I mean in all the cases. Uh, Number one, we have to include these vernacular languages in curriculum at the nascent stage, at the beginning, very beginning, when child starts education. It is not mandatory that you replace the dominant language with the vernacular language, but vernacular language should be associated, should be there also, and it should be started at the very nascent phase. So immersion schools and bilingual curricula, they started. I mean, I'm talking about the common strategies across revivals. Number one. Number two, media and technology, radio, TV, apps. So they have to also play a crucial role in survival or preserving or protection of these dialects. Then on the third position, government recognition comes, legal status and official use. So government must recognize the importance of the dialects, and you cannot utilize, I mean, apply the one universal rule for all the dialects, because there are some dialects. Some dialects have speakers in millions and millions, and there are dialects which have speaker in less than 500 and 200. So if The condition is it should be spoken by a huge base of speakers. Then the 200 or 300 speaker, the language, the dialect which is having 300 or 500 speakers, this will not get any official recognition, and we are actually allowing this dialect to die. So legal status and official use, we should encourage government to take actions in that. Cultural pride, festivals, music, literature, and local storytelling, this should also be encouraged. And the last and the most important, community ownership. It is the community which is going to lose that knowledge embedded in that particular language. So grassroots movements emphasizing heritage and identity. This is very, very important. So vernacular languages, I mean, I wish to include more examples. Like in Chhattisgarh, one language is there, Pandavi, folk song is there, Pandavi song. Then there are so many songs in different parts of this country, and all the folk songs on proverbs, they are they have knowledge, the heritage, wisdom, they encapsulated in those vernacular languages. And if we are not taking swift action to protect these languages, we are going to lose something very important. So one example of a very weird kind of challenge we have, that is when I was talking about that bias, or the machine learning or speech to translation through the machines and all. So it's a challenge. And what kind of challenge is there? I have one small interesting example of that. Yeah, I think it will be suitable to quote here. Many of you must know this. This is related to the Mahabharata. I don't know it is a factual, it is a fictional, but this example is suitable to quote here. In Mahabharata, there is one shloka. Keshavam patitam drishtva Pandava harsh nirbhara rodanti sarve kaurava ha ha keshav keshav. Now, if you try to decipher, decode the meaning of this shlok, I mean, it is written in Sanskrit. So it is saying that Keshavam patitam drishtva, matlab, Keshav is actually referred to Krishna. So केशव कृष्ण का पतन या उनकी मृत्यु देखकर पांडवा हर्ष निर्भरा, पांडव हर्ष से भर गए, खुश हो गए कि केशव की मृत्यु हो गई. एंड सारे कौरव हा केशव कहकर रोने लगे. एंड कौरव स्टार्टेड क्राइंग दैट कृष्ण डाइड. So this is ironic and it's funny. So when Krishna was fighting against the Kaurava, then why the Kauravas will start crying because Krishna is no is dead? No. So this was a translation. Some of the genius people, they had translated, decoded the meaning of this particular this shloka. But the actual meaning is Keshavam. Shav means dead body. So Keshav शव को पानी में गिरते देख केशवम पतितम दृष्टवा पांडवा हर्ष निर्भरा. Pandava is like the fishes which are which live in the water. So शव को पानी में गिरते देख जलीय मछलियां हर्ष से भर गई. रोदंती सर्वे कौरवा. Here the कौरवा means the crow, कौवा. सारे कौवे रोने लगे, हा हा केशव केशव, कि हाय शव पानी में गिर गया, धरती पे गिरता तो हम भी उसको खाते, लेकिन वो चला गया. So when we try to decode the language, the knowledge embedded in the vernacular languages. Here I have just given the example of from Sanskrit and from the Mahabharata, but this is a live. I mean, it's a very important example. If we are going to preserve the vernacular languages and the knowledge embedded in the vernacular languages, then the process to encode those languages should be done ethically and grammatically, uh, I mean, to decipher the meaning in a correct way. Otherwise, the whole efforts will be futile and catastrophic. So meanings will change if we are not going to do so. Unless and until we train our machines, AI, to translate. Otherwise, these AI tools will translate this kind of quotes or proverbs or folk songs in this way, and where the whole purpose will be defeated when the meaning is not translated in a right manner. So, having said that, um, this is this was my observation related to the linguistic heritage as knowledge repositories, with some examples, and the epistemic significance of vernacular languages. Uh, uh, Thank you so much for listening me so patiently, and I'm open for the questions. Over to Shabina ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, ma'am.
So your topic, linguistic heritage as a knowledge repository, the epistemic significance of vernacular languages. Connect languages to the politics of memory and identity. And very beautifully, you explore how every Indian language is a repository of collective intelligence, carrying within its centuries of lived experience, oral wisdom, and philosophical inquiry. Uh, I would ask, I would like to ask few questions. So there, I think participants, if you have any question, please post it in the group. Yes, sir. There are some questions. Shall I?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How can technology like social media or translation tools help us save and spread dying languages? It is by
Yeah,
Afzal Khan.
yeah, yeah. Good, beautiful questions. See, language or dialect. See, this dialect is actually it is alive till the last speaker is alive. So once we start talking in the dialect, then we are actually trying to, preserve the knowledge also embedded in that vernacular languages. So the more and more we increase the practice to speak in that particular language or in the dialect, you are actually helping that language to, to survive. So social media tools, see, there are some things like which when you are angry, when you are facing very intense emotional situations, at that time you will feel that your own mother tongue will be very helpful to vent your emotions or express your emotions. So that's why it's called mother tongue. So it's like the more you speak, the more you use in your day-to-day life, you are actually going to help. And social media is, these tools are to, communicate, express your feelings. And when you try to communicate with your audience or your friends or your community, this is your prime purpose, to communicate in very effectively and try to make emotional emotional connect with your audience. And this is practically observed that your vernacular language, and the person who is also he belongs to that same community, you are also from that same community. If you are trying to speak, you are actually going to help. So use the social media tools. Never feel shame or hesitance or reluctant to use your own vernacular language. Feel pride and show off. Use it. Social media is actually for you to show, to express your feelings, your and use your own language. Feel proud. This is the way you are going to actually help your vernacular language survive. Any other question, ma'am?
One more question is there, sir. Somebody posted it. To what extent can digital media, AI, and translation technology contribute to or distort the process of language revival?
The last part, all what?
The process of language revival.
Yes, this is like it's like ये एक वरदान है हमारे लिए. This is very important. See, there are when I visited Andhra Pradesh, there are a group of few people. They are actually collecting the Pandulipis, you know, and they are trying to digitize it. They scan it and make a PDF in high quality, and when they, but there are few people they don't understand, but they are actually doing what they are preserving these Pandulipis and all. Now, if you are going to translate, you are going to decode or decipher the meaning of those Pandulipis or the knowledge embedded in those all scriptures and all. So if you want to propagate, you want to disseminate the information to a larger community or the society, or you want to say, like in earlier Panchatantra stories were there, they cross the boundaries. There is so many countries, Syria and Arabic countries and all. At that time, it took so many times. I mean, because of the popularity, people carry that stories with them, and then these stories were disseminated or transferred. Now, this all information can be disseminated in in just few minutes. You use your these digital tools, you translate. So these machine learning, these digital tools, these all are here, AI tools and all, to help you. But it will take some times because they actually get trained, and it is onus on our head. It is our responsibility. If you start using, if you start training those all AI tools and all, one day I think they will be helpful. But we have to use these AI tools, in particular this area, in a cautionary terms, like if they are not going to translate in a literal meaning or what is expected, then we have to check it. So these digital tools or AI tools, these all are actually very beneficial for us. We can use. Government is also taking so many measures. There are some initiatives being taken by IITs and other technological institutions. They are actually going to devise some codes, their apps for real-time translations. They can understand the proverbs, the hidden meaning. They are actually trying to give some kind of insightful information related to semiotics. So semiotics is the study of, it's a science of science. So science, like वो विज्ञान वाला science of science, SIGNS, science, symbols and all. So semiotics is the science of science, and metaphors, metaphors tell something else, it's connotative meaning. What we get is a denotative meaning, but semiotics helps us to understand the connotative meanings. Machines are actually not equipped right now to decipher the connotative meanings. It will take some time, but certainly these are going to help us in a way to preserve or protect our vernacular languages.
Thank you, sir. One more question is there. Shall I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What role can university and local governments play in promoting unrecognized or less dominated language?
Yes. Universities and I mean, this question is related to the academic institutions and government. See, as I said, the vernacular languages, if you see the examples of, exemplary examples of the revival of so many other dialects globally. One example was Hebrew language and the Maori in New Zealand. So in that slide, I have already told that the community has to take initiative. A government has to take initiative. Local government has to take initiative. And one very important thing which I have mentioned, which I on the basis of the observation, they actually introduced the vernacular languages in their curriculum at the very nascent stage. When child starts his or her education, at the beginning, you should start his vernacular languages. But challenge here is central government can make a policy, universal policy for all the universities. But the dialects belong to a particular region, particular state. So state government has to understand the importance of that dialect and introduce this kind of curriculum. National education policy also emphasized to start the course in vernacular languages. If you see NEP 2020, government is very serious about vernacular languages. So universities should encourage that vernacular and tell them, make awareness that about the importance of the vernacular language. Start at the nascent stage and encourage them to use it. Let them feel how important the language is. And if national policy, the government made this national education policy 2020, it says that they should encourage the vernacular languages. Now it is up to the university, the teachers, the administration of the university, how serious they are. They have to implement it. So there are some requests. People are also, students are raising their request that they want to do their PhD in vernacular languages. And government is saying, yes, you can do that. But there are some, introspections, some talks are going on, and so teachers can take moral responsibility. They can introduce, they can encourage. University should follow that NEP 2020, and government has already given green flag for that. Uh, I want to just add one more thing here. We understand the importance of naturopathy, uh, Ayurveda. So naturopathy has been there in our traditions, in our culture for thousands of years. It's a very old legacy we have been, uh, preserving. So now you see the use of turmeric, the use of methi, the use of neem leaf, the use of tulsi, these kind of things. Can't we start naturopathy, the basic naturopathy in the school, so that people can understand the importance of herbs? They can understand if minor, these kind of diseases or symptomatic diseases are there. We can use this. We can take this leaves of tulsi or neem or methi or turmeric and all these things. So naturopathy is there. After getting independence, uh, we should start this kind of subjects. So when I also talk about the ecological knowledges embedded in the vernacular languages, I gave you examples related to from the Rajasthan or this Andaman Nicobar Island. If we try to encode those in ecological knowledges embedded in the dialects spoken by tribes of Andaman and all, and you start introducing these things in their curricula, okay, in their schools, this is going to create a very strong foundation, and the future will be very bright in terms of vernacular languages, and we will have a very strong, very influential knowledge system given by our own vernacular languages. Hope I have given a satisfactory answer. Um,
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, one more question is there. The last one, I guess.
yes, ma'am.
One second. I posted it on WhatsApp. What methodological shifts are required for researchers to engage with vernacular languages as sites of knowledge rather than subject of study?
See, this actually, see, there is, if you go to any, I mean, when you do research, so research, there are general purpose, okay, and there are academic purpose. I mean, when you have to get some PhD and you do some, you do your PhD and you want to do research in a particular domain or particular topic and all. So if you are going to do academic research for the degree and all, then there is a constitution, there are rules, you have to abide by these rules set by the UGC. So now the situation is not clear about the methodologies or methods related to conducting the research in the vernacular languages, but yes, demands are there, And UGC is also thinking about, giving, setting the methodologies or allowing the procedures or steps to conduct research in vernacular languages. Very soon they will come. I think I hope they will come with clear, instructions about that. Now, if you do the general research, like if you want to get some insightful information through your research in the vernacular languages, so methods are, I always prefer the ethnography. I mean, if you go live with the community and feel their, their living style, their, the way they live, they speak, they eat, they use their languages, and then only. So ethnography method is very important. Now, shift is there, and because of, I mean, see, there are so many things, new innovative techniques are there for, softwares are there available for research and all. So methodological shifts are there, and it's challenging also, but clarity is not there. We have to, think a lot about this shifting methodology, shifting related to research. Ethnography is good still, and yes, UGC will set some guidelines, and they allow, and then definitely some new innovative methods will be there, um, uh, uh, in order to conduct research in vernacular languages.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका.
Thank you, sir, for such an engaging and illuminating presentation. You have wonderfully illustrated how linguistic heritage serves as a repository of thought, helping us to understand that the preserve languages is to preserve knowledge itself. And your insight will surely enrich our understanding of linguistic epistemology in the Indian context. Thank
Thank you
you,
so
sir.
much, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and now before we move to the paper presentations session, I would like to once again express my heartfelt gratitude to all our respective partners, principal, resource persons, and participants for making this event possible. And today's discussion reminds us that language is not merely about expression, it is about existence, memory, and imagination. Indian languages are not passive victim of history. They are living archive of philosophy, aesthetics, science, collective and the collective experiences. Re-engaging with them means constructing alternative pedagogies that are inclusive, participatory, and rooted in lived realities. And let us continue to celebrate our linguistic diversity as a foundation of intellectual and cultural freedom. So, before we move to the paper presentation session, allow me to introduce the esteemed expert and chairperson who will be guiding and evaluating the presentation in this session. Sir Tariq, sir, are you there? Dr. Tariq, are you there, sir? I think they are not here. Uh, okay, I will just. So, I uh, I request everyone to kindly join your paper presentation session, which is assigned to you. And for paper presentation 6, kindly be here. We will start in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Like to say that please note there is
Hello, everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Zahid sir, are you listening to me?
Yes, yes.
Sir, would you like to chair the session, sir, for presentation?
Sure, not an issue.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So, I will call the presenters, and you will have to present your paper within 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, as you know, we have a lot of papers, so that's why we stick to your uh, time limit. Let me begin. Let me have a look. 1 second. Okay. So first is whosoever is there. Let me see. Mr. Gagan. Mr. Gagandeep Singh. Are you there?
Hello, hello. Good
Yes.
afternoon to
Yes.
everyone.
Yes. Please.
My name is Gagandeep Singh, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, कुमाऊं यूनिवर्सिटी नैनीताल उत्तराखंड। मेरे रिसर्च पेपर का जो टाइटल है वो है उत्तराखंड की कुमाऊनी और गढ़वाली भाषाओं का क्षेत्रीय व्यापार, पर्यटन और उपभोक्ता संबंधों पर प्रभाव। जैसे कि हम सब विदित हैं, भारत की भाषाई विविधता सदैव उसकी सांस्कृतिक समृद्धि का आधार रही है। उत्तराखंड राज्य दो प्रमुख भाषाई क्षेत्रों से जाना जाता है, कुमाऊं और गढ़वाल, जिसमें कुमाऊनी और गढ़वाली केवल संप्रेषण का माध्यम नहीं है, बल्कि ये क्षेत्रीय व्यापार, पर्यटन और उपभोक्ता व्यवहार की सामाजिक आर्थिक संरचना गहराई से प्रभावित भी करती है।
Sorry to instruct. Sorry, can you please on your camera, sir, please?
मैम मैम रिसर्च पेपर मैम मेरे पास पीपीटी है, मैं उसी में से प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ।
You can proceed.
तो उत्तराखंड की अर्थव्यवस्था मुख्यतः स्थानीय व्यापार, कृषि, हस्तशिल्प और पर्यटन पर आधारित है। इन सभी क्षेत्रों में उपभोक्ता और व्यापारी के बीच का संबंध केवल आर्थिक नहीं होता, बल्कि भावनात्मक, सांस्कृतिक भी होता है। जब एक व्यापारी अपने उपभोक्ता से उसकी मातृभाषा जैसे कुमाऊनी गढ़वाली में संवाद करता है, तो वह केवल उत्पाद नहीं बेचता बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक विश्वास भी प्रदान करता है। यह भाषाई आत्मीयता उपभोक्ता विश्वास को भी बढ़ाती है, जिससे उत्पाद की मांग और उपभोक्ता संतुष्टि दोनों में बहुत अधिक वृद्धि हो जाती है। इस प्रकार भाषा क्षेत्रीय बाजार की सामाजिक आर्थिक स्थिरता का आधार बन जाती है। जब स्थानीय गाइड, होम स्टे संचालक, दुकानदार पर्यटक से कुमाऊनी अथवा गढ़वाली में बातचीत करते हैं, तो केवल सेवा का लेन देन नहीं रहता बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक अनुभव भी बन जाता है। पर्यटक जब स्थानीय भाषा, रीति रिवाज और परंपरा से जुड़ते हैं, तो वो उस स्थान के प्रति अधिक संवेदनशील और सम्मानजनक दृष्टिकोण भी अपनाते हैं। परिणाम स्वरूप यह प्रक्रिया पर्यटन को केवल आर्थिक गतिविधि न रखकर सांस्कृतिक साझेदारी में परिवर्तित कर देती है। स्थानीय भाषाओं के इस उपयोग से न केवल पर्यटन उद्योग में ग्राहक संतुष्टि बढ़ती है बल्कि स्थानीय उत्पादों की पहचान और बिक्री में और अधिक सुधार हो जाता है। तो इसका अर्थ हम ये भी निकाल देते हैं कि स्थानीय बाजार जो सशक्त बनाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, उसमें स्थानीय भाषाओं का संरक्षण प्रोत्साहन प्रदेश के सतत आर्थिक विकास में योगदान देता है, जिसमें हम उत्तराखंड की यह न केवल स्थानीय पहचान को सुरक्षित रखता है बल्कि वोकल फॉर लोकल की भावना को भी व्यवहारिक रूप दे देता है, अर्थात स्थानीय उत्पादों सेवाओं को सांस्कृतिक तत्वों को बढ़ावा देना। अतः यह पूर्ण अध्ययन इस विचार पर केंद्रित है कि कुमाऊनी और गढ़वाली जैसी भाषाएं केवल सांस्कृतिक धरोहर नहीं है बल्कि आर्थिक विकास के सक्रिय साधन भी हैं। ये भाषाएं उपभोक्ता और व्यापारी के बीच संवाद की एक ऐसी कड़ी बनाती हैं जो व्यापारिक विश्वास, पर्यटन अनुभव और स्थानीय विकास को प्रक्रिया को साथ जोड़ती हैं। तो इसी क्रम में व्यापारी क्षेत्र पर जो प्रभाव पड़ते हैं उसमें कुमाऊनी और गढ़वाली स्थानीय व्यापारिक नेटवर्क को आत्मीयता, विश्वास और पारस्परिक सहयोग की भावना से जोड़ दिया गया है। व्यापारिक संवाद में इन भाषाओं का प्रयोग उपभोक्ता और व्यापारी के बीच एक भावनात्मक संबंध स्थापित करता है, जिसकी सच्चाई का संदेश भी जाता है कि हमें अपनी जो लोकल लैंग्वेजेस हैं उनको संरक्षित रखना बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। तथा हम चाहे किसी भी क्षेत्र से हों, जैसे कुछ लोग पंजाब से हैं, कोई राजस्थानी है, कोई उत्तर प्रदेश से है, कोई असम से है, बंगाल से है, लेकिन हम सबको अपनी भाषा बहुत अधिक प्रिय होती है। इसी प्रकार जो स्थानीय भाषा है हमें उसको संरक्षित करना भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। तथा इसी क्रम में स्थानीय भाषा के संवाद में उपभोक्ता व्यापारी संबंध को दीर्घकालिक विश्वासपूर्ण बनाता है। कुमाऊनी और गढ़वाली जैसी भाषा क्रय निर्णय को भी प्रभावित करती हैं। कुल मिलाकर इस शोध के सत्य को रेखांकित करता है कि उत्तराखंड को भाषाई विरासत उसकी आर्थिक और सांस्कृतिक शक्ति का आधार है। कुमाऊनी और गढ़वाली भाषाएं न केवल परंपरा का प्रतिनिधित्व करती हैं बल्कि आधुनिक अर्थव्यवस्था में विश्वास और सहभागिता की बुनियाद भी रखती हैं। इनका संरक्षण, प्रयोग और प्रसार केवल सांस्कृतिक कर्तव्य नहीं है बल्कि आर्थिक आवश्यकता को भी है। यदि राज्य स्तर पर इन भाषाओं को व्यापार, शिक्षा और पर्यटन नीतियों से जोड़ा जाए, तो उत्तराखंड एक भाषाई रूप से जागरूक और आर्थिक रूप से सशक्त प्रदेश भी बन सकता है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Gagandeep, for briefing you topics in a well times allotted to you. Ma'am, who is the next presenter?
One second. So the next session is paper presentation. This is uh, An- Anija G and Shri Devi T. The topic of your talk is patriarchy within matriarchy, feminist reading of Eastern Tyres, the terrible matriarchy. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So good afternoon, honorable present here. Myself, Vanija, full-time research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Tishi Devi, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram, Chennai. So my topic is patriarchy within matriarchy, a feminist reading of Esther Caius, The Terrible Matriarchy. So about the author introduction, so Esther Caius, she is the first women artist writer in India. So she was the pioneer writer. So in all her works, she explains about the sufferings and the she gives importance to nature and what are the sufferings the women they are faced in their own land. So these are the things she was explained in her work. Some of the important works of Eastern Kaya. A Naga village remember when the river sleeps, life on hold, son of the thundercloud, spirit nights, and the most important work is the terrible matriarchy. Um, uh, about the work, so the first, I would like to explain about my title. So, patriarchy refers to the social system in which men hold power and authority over women in various aspects of life, such as politics, family, and culture. So, most of the privileges the women get, but it is not they can get their full freedom. So they have some they have some restriction in their family and the society. So matriarchy means the social structure where women, especially mother, they have the position as a mothers. They have the primary power, but it is not fulfilled in their life. So then the next one is the context and the background of the study. The novel indicates the feminist literary theory examining how power, gender identity operate in the whole test. So the title itself, it is deliberately ironic. The term terrible refers not to the power of women, but to the oppression and to a system where women enforces as a patriarchal way. So it is an important post-colonial feminist text that questions are accepted structures of gender and power in the Naga society. So how the women they are faced their problems. So what are the problems they are faced? So what are the suppressions the women they are in their own family and the society? So these are the things it was explained in the novel, The Terrible Matriarchy in the World of the Characters. So in the narrative skies, it is surface patriarchy still defines social hierarchies also. So the novel focuses on the main protagonist, Elino, a young girl. She was raised under the control of her grandmother, Viabano. So she was holding the full power of her family. She had some social restrictions. So the women is being in this way, in that way, they can have social systems. So the same thing she was followed in her own family, own family. The same restrictions the protagonist she was ruled in her life. So to understand Skaya's works, we need to look at the social-cultural context of the Naga community. It gives a clear identity, may pass through the female line. Men still hold political and social authority, but the women have some special places to hold. She reveals how cultural identity and gender politics intertwine, shaping the lived expressions of the Naga women. So Vietmano, the grandmother of Delino, as one of the most complex character in the novel. So she holds authority in the family members. So she gives the restrictions to the family members also. So she hold the Delino's freedoms, uh, education in her life. So Delino's characters undergoes a gradual process of awakening. So as a child, she experiences discriminations and emotions neglected, but she never complaining, sustained injustice around in the society and the family. Uh, the author she explains about so when she was out of these restrictions, only they can get the good education. So in the end of the story, Delino she got the good education. So after that, she felt the freedom. So it reflects the paradox of a women-led household that still operate under patriarchal principles. Vietnam is a power of both personal and cultural. It enforces as a male-centered values. So Delino is the intertransformation, awareness, education, and courage as the key roots of empowerment. So Delino's strength lies in her ability to ensure, observe in her own independence. So the conclusion of this paper, male phenomenon, it can be thrived within the matriarchal or female-centered system with traditional beliefs. So Delino's assistance and self-realization, education and awareness are the first step to breaking the cycles of oppression. The novel is a powerful narrative voicing to the Naga peoples, both local and universal struggles of women are seeking dignity and equality when they get only their good education. Thank you.
Thank you, Anisa, ma'am, for delivering your presentation on the gender-related issues faced by women in even in matriarchal society, which is meant for the women. Ma'am, who's the next presenter? Like,
Yes.
do you want question answer in parallelly, or it will be better to have discussion over all those paper in the last, right?
So question answer will be better because I think participants will
Um,
leave. So that will be better.
okay, so
Okay.
should we allow participant to ask question?
No, sir, if you, it's up to you, sir. If you have any question, if you feel like asking any question, you may ask, or if they want
I
to
was
ask
I
any
was
question,
thinking from
both the
participant
side,
point of
yeah.
view.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so you can call the next
So,
participant.
Dr. Abitha,
Yes, madam.
linguistic diversity and vernacular expression, reclaiming India's knowledge system through language. Sir,
Ma'am,
please,
are you able to
yes,
listen to me, ma'am?
yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, ma'am. Wait, I'm going to display my PPT, ma'am. Are you able to see my PPT, ma'am? Is this
No,
visible?
Not yet.
no.
Wait, is it visible now, ma'am?
It's not visible, but you can present your
Okay,
presentation. Like,
okay, ma'am. Okay, sir. Thank you. And I am Dr. Abhita, working as assistant professor of English at the Velu University, Pallavaram, Chennai, sir. And my topic is, ma'am has introduced my topic. So I am going to talk about vernacular languages in India. We know that what are the meaning of vernacular. Vernacular means regional languages in India, and related to our themes, I have chosen this. And India has linguistic diversity reflects its cultural richness. Means in India we are having around 19,500 dialects and 22 official languages. What is the meaning of dialects? Dialects means we are having regional pronunciations. I can give an example. We are I'm in Tamil Nadu. I am from Tamil Nadu. Tamil is a common language, but it differs from region to regions. So in Coimbatore, they are having a different dialects, and in Chennai, they are having a different dialects of Tamil. So according to the regions, dialects also varies. So we are going to learn about what are the dialects we are having. In India, we are having 19,500 dialects, different dialects we are having, and we cannot think language as an to communicate our thoughts, but we can consider language as our symbol of identity. Because if I can say an example, I am a Tamilian, so my because of my language I am identified as a Tamilian, and we know that languages also help us to get our identity, own identity. And English, it started to dominate in our India after the English people, after the English entered to our nation. They gave importance only to English, and they spread a different educational system. They gave importance to English. So now also in India, many focuses give importance only to English. They are not giving really important for their regional language or dialects. And next, I can say about linguistic landscape of India. We are having 22 scheduled languages recognized by the constitutions, and our families. How do we are? Wait, sorry, sir. How do we? We are having different regional dialects. Means I stated already, we are having around 20 states. We are having states, and each states has some regional language. Even though they are having a particular language, we are having a different dialects according to the regions. So even though we are having different dialects, we are having unity, and we are having diversity in cultures. And languages, it indicates our cultures. It doesn't, we cannot think that it is only for communications. It also helps us to say about our cultures, different cultures, regional cultures. And as I said before, English started to dominate in administrations, higher educations, and research. And now we are not giving really importance for vernacular languages. Vernacular languages means we feel that English will help us to get job. So many, they don't give importance for the regional language or vernacular languages. They are really giving importance only to English. And many people, they are having really difficulty to speak in English. So I am talking about the important this English. Then why do we give importance to English? And there are so many disadvantages that people wanted to learn English, but many rural learners, they are having a difficulty to access English. And so because of the English, we are not having a disconnection between cultural, between educations and the community life. So English really started to dominate, and we slowly don't give importance to vernacular languages. And now we need to revive Indian languages. We need to give importance to Indian languages. We need to give importance to Indian languages. That is really has become an important scenario now. And we need to give importance to inclusive educations. What is the meaning of inclusive education? So we need to give important for all the languages, and we need to give importance for our vernacular languages. Next, I am going to talk about vernacularism and linguistic diversity. What is the meaning of vernacularism? It gives importance to native languages. So we can use our native languages to for intellectual discourses. What is the meaning of intellectual discourses? Means we are conducting our conferences now. We are talking about our vernacular languages. Even though we are conducting vernacular languages, we are talking only in English. It has become a common languages. So, but what we suggested that we give importance for we should use our native languages for intellectual discourses. And what is the importance of vernacular languages? It helps you to encourage your thinking, and our mother tongue only will help us to bring some innovative ideas. And it also, we can feel that we are having some cultural background. We feel proud of our cultures. So Indian literature also, in Indian literature, and we are have used so many languages, and we have said about our ancestor life, everything in our vernacular languages. So we should give our government, and we should give importance to our vernacular languages. We should not give importance only to the English, but we need English because we need to survive. We need to get job. Even though we are giving importance to English, we should find out we should give importance to our vernacular languages. And now NEP, National Education Policy 2020, it promotes multilingual and mother tongue educations, and it implies that we should learn especially children who are studying from 10th till grade 8, they should learn only in their mother tongue. No language can be introduced to them, because they can develop their intellectual language if they study in mother tongue. So NEP insists learning in mother tongue till grade 8. And also they have, our government has established Indian Institute of Translation and Interpretations. What is the motive of this organization?
Ma'am, please conclude.
Yeah.
Please conclude, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So what I suggest to you, I say that linguistic diversity is really important for our traditions and innovations, and we can say that our languages are not relics of the past, but the voices of our future. What is the meaning of relics? Relics means it's not only say about the what happened in the past, but vernacular languages and our regional languages only the will become the voices of our future. This is my conclusion, ma'am. Thank you for giving this opportunity, ma'am.
You're muted, sir. You're muted, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Abhita, for giving your presentations on the importance of vernacular language, which is uh, very much related to the theme of the conference set here. Now, I would like to request Shabina ma'am to call another participants.
We have another participant with us, Dr. Hari Varshini K and Sri Devi T. The topic of their talk would be AI and vernacular journalism, bridging the digital divide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Harivarshini, a research scholar from SRMO Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram, Chennai, under the guidance of Dr. T. Sridevi. So today's topic I've chosen for this conference, for this seminar is AI and vernacular journalism, bridging the digital divide. To decode the meaning of this title, is basically how artificial intelligence can help vernacular, the local language journalism, make digital information and news more inclusive and accessible to everyone, especially to the people who are left behind due to the language or technology aspects. Now, uh, okay. Now imagine opening a news app in your own mother tongue, and it is not in English or any other specific language, imposed language, but it is totally on your mother tongue. And hearing an AI voice read you the headline, translated and localized in real time, that would really sound amazing, isn't it? So that is no longer a science fiction or a rocket science anymore. It's already happening in many parts of India already. So to set the context in the background, over the past decade, journalism has undergone a dramatic and tremendous transformation. Let's say technologies such as NLP, natural language processing, machine translation, speech recognition, and generative AI are changing how news is written, distributed, and consumed by the people themselves. So globally, AI is a lot of newsrooms for automating reports right from weather, sports, finances, and it doesn't stop with that. It also translates stories across languages, and it even generates new scripts or summaries with the context we give. But in India, this change carries a very unique significance because of our linguistic diversity. Linguistic diversity means there are a lot of languages that is present in India, and that is why we call it as linguistic diverse country. And but it also has digital inequality because most of the places doesn't even have the proper digital access, network access. People are not affording it in a way. So that is called as digital inequality. So we are in a home to over 1.4 billion people who speak 22 official language, and uh, there are several dialects that are being practiced in several parts of India. So this research, so this paper focuses on how AI technologies are transforming vernacular journalism and potentially bridging the digital divide. So the uh, I have basically used three major frameworks for it that goes with technological determinism, participatory communication, and digital inequality. So the major significance of this paper is that the topic matters because in today's AI-driven world, uh, the AI has more power to democratize journalism, but only if it is implemented with a lot of awareness, I'd say, and cultural sensitivity and ethical awareness and human oversight. And when we talk about artificial intelligence and vernacular journalism, it is also important to look at how the scholars and researchers have approached this intersection. For example, technological determinist point of view, many scholars argue that technology, especially AI, has the power to reshape how journalism functions, from news production to audience engagement. But keeping it all aside, it also cautions that technology itself doesn't create change. It's how society, it is how we as individuals, as citizens, use it that truly matters. Moving to the Indian context, several major initiatives are shaping the vernacular news ecosystem through AI. For example, the Bhashini project, it was launched by the government of India, is one of the most ambiguous and ambitious effort to make digital communication available in every part of India to every human being out there. It offers machine translation, speech recognition, and text to speech tools that help bridge language barriers online. And similarly, we also have this AI for Bharat, an open source research initiative at IIT Madras, at my very hometown, has created a large language data sets and translation models like Indictrans 2. So these models help local media houses and developers build AI systems that actually uh, understands how Indian language is not just English particularly. And in private platforms, there are also some important aspects here. The Daily Hunt, for instance, uses AI to personalize regional news feeds. It recommends content and make local stories more accessible to even the rural readers. So this way, the digital divide is also reduced. And then, um, yeah. So, moving on to the analysis and discussion from the core of my paper, that is actually the core of my paper. I have three sections here. The first one is transformative role of AI. So, this whole AI, artificial intelligence, has brought major transformation to the way how vernacular journalism functions today. As I was discussing earlier, first through natural language processing and machine learned translation, news content can now be produced, translated, circulated in multiple Indian languages almost instantly. So this has enabled multilingual reporting, when a story written in one language can also be reach diverse linguistic audiences across the world at anywhere, anytime, seamlessly. Um, the voice recognition technologies have made news more accessible to low literacy audiences as well, and the generative AI models, including tools like ChatGPT or India's Indic LLMs, are being explored for content creation, assisting journalists in drafting headline summaries or even translations, and or even the content creators to.
Please conclude, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
The voice is coming from somewhere else. Okay, please mute all other participants.
In short,
Yes.
while AI has opened new pathways for linguistic inclusions, like the person who mentioned earlier, its true potential will only be realized when it's paired with social equity, human oversight, and ethical governance. It is very much necessary in today's AI-driven world. And this brings me to the final section, the conclusion and the future scope, where the insights to sustainable development goals and future directions are in the receipt. To conclude, I have future directions that includes AI models must be trained on regional languages, dialects, and culturally diverse content to ensure accuracy and relevance, transparency, accountability, and and fairness must guide AI deployment in journalism, and the editorial oversight must also be clear, be with clear guidelines to prevent the spreading of misinformation to the general public. AI should not work as an isolatory party; rather, it should work as a partnership across the groups to ensure the technology complements human expertise rather than replacing it. So the SDGs that are found in this paper are SDGs 9, so industry innovation and infrastructure by fostering AI innovation in vernacular media. SDG 10, reduce inequalities by making news accessible to even the marginalized language communities. And SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution by promoting transparency, accountability, and trust in India. So, with that said, the future of journalism is not only automated but also inclusive if technology learns to speak every language of its people. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Prakash Khatri, please mute yourself. Prakash Khatri, please mute yourself. Okay, sir, we
Thank
have.
you. Thank you, Aishma, for such an insightful. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, so it was such an insightful like paper that you have presented, and how it is related to the sustainable goal and the developmental goal of the country.
So I couldn't hear you properly because of the
You are able to hear me? Okay, I will have to change. Okay, so you can call the second one, like next.
yes.
Ma'am, please turn on your mic. Oh, sorry. So we have with us Dr. Sunil Gondahali, Linguistic Tapestry, Weaving Indian Languages into the Educational Fabric of NEP 2020.
Yes, thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. I request you please be concise and try to finish it within 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, madam. I will definitely follow this. Yeah. My name is Dr. Sunil Gondre, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Bhavans College, Andheri West, Mumbai. The title of my research paper is Linguistic Tapestry, Living Indian Languages.
Parkazji, please mute yourself.
Weaving Indian Languages into Educational Fabric of NEP 2020. The abstract, I just present the gist of my paper over here. So in the abstract, I have mentioned that National Education Policy 2020 envisions an inclusive and multilingual education system with Indian languages serving as a tool for education, cultural identity, and overall development. So it definitely advocates for mother tongue, for instructions at all levels of education. And this is in order to foster linguistic dignity and basic learning. It encourages multilingual education and the exploration of both traditional and modern languages. To improve this mindset, recognizing syllabi, providing better teacher support, restructuring assessment methods, and creating resource material for many languages and dialects are critical steps. So by including regional literature and knowledge system and translational methodologies, critical thinking is developed equally among multilingual learners from various socio-economic backgrounds. In parallel to this, the central government promotes state-level public communication in regional languages. So due to the sudden change in language policy by government, limited resources, and local linguistic priorities, the educational institutions need to monitor learning objectives and outcomes and rebuild corpus, ICT tools, and pedagogical materials for expecting a desired socio-linguistic impact. In NEP, what we have seen is that the government has been changing so many things for states, making the state language somewhere compulsory for state communication. So considering this particular view, in NEP also at state level. In the universities, there is a change in subjects that we have. So we have in especially with reference to Mumbai University College. My college is affiliated to Mumbai University. So in Mumbai University colleges, the importance to regional languages has been given in ability enhancement course. So where state language, that is obviously Marathi was compulsory, but that is made even more stronger because recently we have been awarded Marathi language has been awarded a kind of special status from central government. So the major aim of this paper is to highlight how traditional languages, regional languages, have obtained a kind of prominent place in NEP fabric. So the objective of this paper is to present an overview of language learning, state level or regional language learning that we have started presenting since last 3 academic years. So here, under this paper, what I have discussed is that the NEP, definitely it emphasizes multilingualism. Along with that, introducing regional languages means here we have given a kind of importance to linguistic diversity. That is not a kind of barrier, but as a kind of strength for us. So to just not to ignore the linguistic barriers, but how to overcome these barriers. So number of autonomous institutes in the Mumbai University colleges that are affiliated to Mumbai University, they have started introducing regional languages. For example, Marathi was obviously there, but along with that, Sanskrit language is somewhere rejuvenated. Along with that, some of the state level regional languages like even Pali, and even in Maharashtra, different dialects of Marathi language that are also there. For example, Aboriginal Marathi, then Marathi that is spoken in rest of the part of Maharashtra. So their versions have been included in the NEP because somewhere we have to give a kind of wide knowledge of state level languages, and this NEP has given this opportunity for all of us to educate, means here educational institutions to give a kind of revitalization to state languages. So with these key provisions, what exactly we have in NEP is that the mother tongue as a medium of instruction, that is first change we have started seeing in NEP in most of the institutes where medium of language was just English. But with this, at least one division is given to the students who wish to study their subjects in mother tongue. Then three language formula that is followed in the state. So where along with English and Marathi as a mother tongue, another language is also introduced along with Hindi. We started promoting even Sindhi, even Urdu in some of the institutes. So this promotion of classical and tribal languages in the syllabus that focuses on preserving endangered languages and dialects through documentation and education. So this is the only source to keep that kind of legacy of regional languages in the society, in our community, and even in our to keep our cultural identity uh, uh, in front of the whole world and alive. So we need to give that kind of importance to these languages, and NEP is one of the major states that is implemented by the central government. So here, to make the people aware about different types of languages that have been introduced suddenly in the syllabus. So in most of the institutes, translation method is followed. Translate because introducing any unknown dialect, because today's generation we know that is Gen Z generation. Okay, so they know only one specific language, and in Mumbai what happened, it's a mixture of Marathi, Hindi, and even English. So that is a hybrid format, hybrid form of language that is seen. So in to the learners who are from this kind of background, so they have been given a kind of opportunity to study any regional language systematically. But the end of my research paper, I have highlighted these sort of importances of studying regional languages and how this NEP has weaved all these Indian languages into this educational fabric. But there are the end of my paper is that in implementing this particular formula, that is multilingualism, including regional languages, there are certain benefits, but along with that, certain challenges are also there. That is, first challenge is definitely a resource gap, because the languages that have been introduced in the syllabus, but material is not available on that. So this particular barrier is considered as a kind of opportunity, and certain local people who are expert into that language, they have been given this opportunity to contribute for developing this kind of study material. And then the issue is that these languages have been considered by most of the these generation as a kind of non-standard dialects, but we succeeded ourselves in promoting one particular thought, is that it promotes a kind of cultural identity. Okay, because we have been in Mumbai University College, the English language is considered as a kind of first language in most of the schools, and sometimes even some of the students have been seen resisting for some sort of change. But definitely most of the colleges are facing this particular issue, but they are also uh, uh, overcoming this particular problem. But the one thing is seen is that definitely it's a linguistic tapestry, and the integrated efforts to make this particular language, Indian languages, or weave these Indian languages into educational fabric of NEP 2020 is a kind of opportunity.
You conclude, please.
Yes, yes. And to conclude, my paper is that the collaborative curriculum design is at the center of this kind of interweaving Indian languages. Then capacity building of teachers, that is required. So that kind of efforts need over there, and some sort of policy support and funding that is required. But some of the NGOs are coming forward to support this particular implementation. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my views on this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have with us Mr. Bindu, the role of regional languages. Are you there?
Ma'am, I'm Binu, ma'am.
Yes, Vinu.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, myself, Binu.
Please be concise.
I'm doing my UG in BCom C. Ma'am,
Please be concise and try to finish it within
Ma'am.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Myself, Bino. I'm doing my degree in BCom CA in Nilagiri College of Arts and Science in Talur. My title is role of regional language in e-commerce growth and digital inclusion. The motive of the study is explore how regional language can serve as a powerful tool to make a e-commerce platform more inclusive, accessible, and user-friendly for the people from diversity in linguistic background. The digital inclusion means to provide a equal and better opportunity to the peoples without any barriers in the regional language. E-commerce has emerged as a powerful driver of economic transformation, reshaping consumer behavior and market accessibility worldwide. However, in linguistically diverse countries, the dominance of English on digital platform often creates a barrier for regional users. My study focus mainly on the e-commerce growth and digital inclusion. To understand how the language localization can enhance to the people, to examine how linguistic inclusion contributes to economic empowerment and sustainable digital growth. The main objective is to examine the importance of the regional language to analyze the impact of language localization, to access how regional language adoption, to identify the relationship with the help of regional language, we can easily access with the peoples to get their trust, to evaluate the contribution. My study has been transformed for today's global economy. The dominance of English language on the most digital and e-commerce platform. India is the home to more countries or using the English language. The role of regional language in e-commerce and digital influence aims to explore how integration of regional language in e-commerce can bridge a development and promotion in the inclusion to contribute a sustainable business growth. To understand how language localization, the process and adapting content and interface in the local language can enhance users. It helps the users to access it easily. They engage more confident to engage it with a more confident and meaningful in the studies. The primary objective of the research to examine the importance of the regional language. Embracing linguistic diversity, e-commerce companies can tap into a massive new market across India's rural and semi-urban areas, which helps my studies. Ma'am, that's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Bino.
Thank you. The next candidate will be Dr. Mamta Gautam, The Politics of Language in India, University Diversity and Policy Debates. Are you there, Dr. Mamta Gautam? Dr. Mamta, are you there? Okay, then I would like to call. Next, I would like to call Dr. K. Gautam Rajan, Words That Wander, Indian Language and the Journey of Knowledge. Are you there?
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr.
This is
Gautam
Gautam.
Rajan.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Gautam Rajan from Chennai, Madras University Research Scholar. I'm here presenting on Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
It was not audible
Yes.
earlier, but now
So,
you are
yeah.
audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm here presenting on that how the words that wander. So here the topic is words that wander, Indian languages and the journey of knowledge. And the abstract which I have mentioned is that I'm involving that how we travel narratives or involving in that offering plural perspectives that transcend the colonial, regional, and cultural boundaries. This study explores about the need of Indian language, which travel literature is the mean of reclaiming vernacular knowledge system and decolonizing modes of representation. By examining how travelers, both native and foreign, engage with Indian languages, the research highlights the vernacular as a vital medium, which its relation, local relatives, cultural memories, and lived-in experience are totally articulated. So this regional forms are mentioned that wide Indian-wide languages like Hindi, Malayalam, Tamil, Bengali, Marathi, as well as etc. So these are the things, and keywords are cross-cultural communication and with knowledge production. With that, how this introduction begins with that living architecture of the culture, memory, and identity in Indian context, where linguistic diversity are very foundation and Wander Indian Languages and the Journey of the Knowledge explores how vernacular languages are shaped and into reflecting the intricate relationship between the geography and the language. So this connects my thesis that how a travelite my has been wandering with languages and how this takes as a interpret the movement. So by the as well as the next line is the definition and significance. This involves in Indian literary context. The term word that wanders is metaphorically movement of language across borders and cultures become travelers carrying their histories and memories. So the significance of this topic is recenter the Indian languages within the global discourse of travel literature and knowledge information. For centuries, travel has been Indian dominated by the colonial and the English language with a framework that often silenced or simplified local voices. This study reveals about the indigenous linguistic tradition, preserve alternative way of knowing. So the other terms are contribution to the translation studies, future of knowledge production, and the objectives are to examine how Indian languages shape the expression, preservation, transmission of knowledge in languagical spectating identity to analyze the role of vernacular languages in decolonizing dominant and English language. So these regional writers who travel narratives enrich the global might be in vernacular voices. So in this topic, I have seen as a review of the literature is that mapping the field. So mapping the field is playing a major role that how it production sits the crosswords or post-colonial studies like vernacular studies and translation studies also shapes the epistemologists medicates encounters between travels and places and either reproduces colonial hierarchies of knowledge and censoring the Indian vernaculars as active presenters of knowledge. So theoretical framework and historical and approaches Indian languages and literary scholarship like multilingualism and Indian literary traditions, which highlights the coexistence and contact among Sanskrit regional languages which are terminologies in English texts with the social practices. And this is also come as a regional travel journal that work on alternative logics of the mobility rooted in particular networks and transmission. So translation, mediation, and circulation are also the objectives of this transverse. Case studies also sometimes is existing, which work shows. Regional focused on the study examines that how it expresses the idiomatic expressions with local genre. And the why I am facing this the research problem is um, how the cultures were represented to the world, the dominance or the marginalized the vast body of the travel narratives and oral histories with experimental account embedded within Indian vernacular traditions. So this was happened while regional languages hold deep reservoirs of the indigenous knowledge, spatial memory and culture identity, they remain underexplored in the travel writing and literary criticism. So this research mainly addresses the gap by examining how Indian languages functions as epidemiological tool constructing, preserving, and transmitting knowledge about the people, places, and identities within the context of the travel narratives. So up to this, we have finalized that how the objectives and research ideas would be there. And now the research methodology has been mentioned that interpretative research design and the nature of study that how it differs that from English dominated literary canon With that, mobility and travel theory are contextualized are the main things. So finally, I come to the conclusion that how this vernacular languages with connecting with my ideas on travel literature is the journey of knowledge in travel literature is inseparable from the journey of language itself. The title One Words That Wander Indian Languages on the Journey of Knowledge demonstrates the Indian vernacular are not passive linguistic instruments but active repositioners of cultural memory, emotion, and epistemic depth. Through the study of travel narratives written or in translated form, Indian languages, this research highlights that how the traveler's perception will be involved, that landscapes meaning will be the seeing and feeling, knowing about the knowledge. This deeply rooted into the form, how the travel writing with religional consciousness, with ethical nonsense and sensory authentication will be narratives as translated from the Indian languages. And this research highlights that how language becomes both the path and the vehicle of the discovery, shaping the traveler's perception, the traveler's meaning, the reader's understanding. The English language alone cannot fully convey. By reclaiming the vernacular voices, the study challenges colonial architects that privileged English as the sole meditator of the knowledge and experience. So, furthermore, the linguistic imagination of the travel literature, the coverage
Sir,
of vernacular and global
please
languages,
concise, sir.
and
Please
yes, sure,
conclude,
ma'am,
sir.
sure, yes, sure. So, where multiple epistemic consists interact, where Indian languages contribute to be a richer, more inclusive understanding of movement, identity, and belonging, so that vernacular is not only the map for physical journey, but also trace the intellectual and emotional geographies of the nation that continues to think, dream, and travel through my time. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentations. Now I would like to request Shabina ma'am to call the next participants.
Next, we
Sure, sir.
have Mrs. Judith Petrica T. The dialectics of deceit. Manu Joseph's use of multilingual code switching to define authenticity and artifacts. Are you there? Are you there? Okay. Then we have with us Dr. Yojini Satarkar, Linguistic Diversity in India and the Theories of Language Learning, Some Insights. Are you there, Yojini? Dr. Yojini? She's also there. Okay, then I will request Dr. Utpal Rakshit. When the subaltern science, folk resistance and literary values indoors. Dr. Utpal Rakshit?
Yes, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Utpal Rakshit, an assistant professor. I work in the Darjeeling district. It's in their Shiliguri. Uh, it's my privilege to speak today on the theme that is very close to my heart and also close to my workplace because I am dealing with some of the folk poets, vernacular poets, and I am also translating some of their poems. And all those poets actually lived and also living nearby my colleges. Uh, I want to deal with the power of the folk poetry as a voice of the subaltern, particularly in the Duars region of North Bengal. And the title that I have selected is, quote, When the Subaltern Sings, Folk Resistance and Literary Value in Duars, unquote. Before beginning, I want to say something about the Duars. Like the Duars is actually located in North Bengal. North Bengal is the northern part of West Bengal is called North Bengal, which shared its border with the state Assam and also Bhutan. Now these Duars is a region of the eastern Himalayan foothills in the northeastern of India, as I said. And doors is actually from the word door, that is the gateways, and we can access Bhutan through it. It is politically part of West Bengal and Assam and is known for its lush greenery, tea gardens, diverse wildlife with popular attraction including Boxa Tiger Reserve Forest, Jaldapara National Park, Gorumara National Park, and everything is there. And also, there are large and huge number of tribal peoples also living here. It is not only a tea growing region, but a space of intense cultural hybridity. It has been home to refugees, like refugees that coming from Bangladesh, migrant laborers, indigenous groups, marginalized communities, etc. My paper brings to light three extraordinary folk poets, naming Sudhir Chandra Pandit, Subal Chandra Sarkar, and Subal Chandra Pandit. A Sudhir Chandra Pandit and Subal Chandra Sarkar both died, and Subal Chandra Pandit still writing, is living and still writing in vernacular, that is in Bangla, Bengali language, a special dialect from Bengali language. These poets, without any formal literary training, use their art as a way of narrating the lived experience of displacement, partition, and the rural life. All these three folk poets we have selected for this study are uprooted and refugees. In the late 20th and the early 21st centuries, these poets became quite popular in the then undivided Jalpaiguri districts and in the lower Assam. They would recite and sell their poems. They actually wrote the poems in their own hand in quarto, and they would recite and sell their poems in the haat. Haat means the weekly market. Haat is the Bengali language, in the markets and uh, all over the region. I heard from Subal Pandit that the poems were so popular that many people would print fake copies also of these poems and sell them in the markets. Now you see that these are the part of the folk literature, and it bears the features and the cultural role of the folk literature, as it is in oral in origin based on spoken word. Actually, they write the poems in their hand. They go by rickshaws and with their microphone, they sing. Often they recite all the poems in the bazaars, in the marketplaces. So all the things in oral. So oral in origin, it's traditional, handed down across the generation. It uses memory. It uses their own rhythm, the repetition, rather than the complex literary devices that the traditional devices, it merges actually performance with the text. Poems are sung, recited, enacted, etc., etc. So I can say that it actually blurs the line between individual and collective authorships. In Bengal, folk literature has long coexisted with elite literary culture, down from Rabindranath Tagore, enriching cultural life through rhymes, riddles, songs, proverbs, ballads, and various performative rituals. I'm not going details of the biographies and all. I'm just making that all these poems are actually part of a part or rather in the balladic form, oral aesthetics. These poets use a form that is akin to the English ballad, that is narrative, dramatic, impersonal, and they use actually simple meter. In Bengali, it's called Loghu Tripodi, and English it is tercet, and the refrain that builds rhythm and participation quite well. They sung to the beat of the tambourine or foot drum, turning poetry into collective performance. Uh, the basic themes, if we decode their theme, we can find three or four main area. That is, the thematic richness of these poems is remarkable, as their poems are about love and the personal tragedies, social evils and the crimes that are happening recently, political history and the protest. Here I can refer one of the poem by Subal Pandit that he wrote about Nandigram agitation. The name of the poem itself Nondigramer Jhamela in Bengali. Nondigram agitation. Nondigram agitation is a kind of rural problem which initiated with the Tata Group interfere in Bengal and which actually helped TMC Mamata government to form here. So political history and their protest also come to their pen. Natural disasters and also pandemic, like Shubal Sarkar wrote about a poem in Bengali. It's called Corona Shabdhan, that is beware of Corona. Moral instructions are also given regarding the songs on education, women rights, social reforms, and also some mythological retellings. These are not elite aesthetics experiments, I can say, but songs of resistance, survival, shared experience. And in the works of these folk poets, we find social problems and the crisis, poverty, love, as I said, as well as bright example of mass consciousness, which is very much important. Sympathy for the oppressed femininity, Dalit people, untouchables, women liberation movement, and anger against the landlords have all become prominent through the poems. And if we discuss the personal lives of folk poets, as I said, that they were refugees, they work in the field, paddy field. It is seen that most of the folk poets are people from the relatively underdeveloped section of society. So poverty, lacking, hardship, etc., are their daily companions. Yet, despite all these, they have tried to express the thoughts of the neglected lower classes of society through these folk poems. Now, actually, I want to present all these poems. I am translating because all these poems are in vernacular, as I said. So I am trying to translate all the poems. Uh, these are actually counter archives and the subaltern
Sir,
voice.
please.
Okay, just 1 minute. The anthology acts as a if I publish this poem after translating, I think that it would act as a counter archive as they present, because it documents the subaltern epistemologies, ignores the mainstream literature. It preserves the oral tradition threatened by digital and the neoliberal culture. It democratizes literary values and challenges elite canons. So to conclude, the songs of these poems remind us that literature does not only reside in bookshelves or the universities, it lives in hearts, in bazaars, in village gathering, rickshaw microphones, in cheap word to pamphlets, little magazines, etc. So their poetry challenges what is counted as literature and foregrounds the agency of marginal voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Atwal.
So next we have with us Reshma Farisha. She has texted in the group financial literacy in vernacular languages, effectiveness, challenges, and policy. Please.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Dr. Yogini, who received the message that I have to present after this thing.
We Farisha and Reshma, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Ma'am, Yojini sir, ma'am, please let her present and then you can present.
Okay, ma'am. No issue.
Ma'am, my topic is financial literacy. Can I explain, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Financial literacy means understanding how to manage their money, saving, budgeting, and investing. In India, many people struggle with because most information in English. National Education Policy 2020 encourages learning vernacular language, helping people to understand financial concepts better to non-mother tongue. Teaching in local language increases awareness and confidence, especially in rural areas. There are challenges of vernacular lack of translated materials, trained teachers, digital resources. NEP 2020 supports multilingual education, aims to include financial literacy in school curriculum. Financial literacy in local language builds through financial empowerment of every citizen. In financial literacy, how to manage the money, they are telling about how to saving, budgeting, investing. In India, there are many struggles with because of information in English. That's all, sir.
Thank you, Reshma. Now, Yogni
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you,
you
sir.
are- Okay. Now, Yogni ma'am, you can present the paper.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Shabina ma'am. It's pleasure to present my paper in this one-day webinar. The title of my research paper. Am I audible? Yeah. So the title of my research paper is Linguistic Diversity in India and the Theories of Language Learning, Some Insights. India is known for its unique linguistic diversity. It allows one to have access to many languages at the same time, but simultaneously creates a challenge for the literary instructor while teaching it in the classroom. For a teacher, an obvious response to the problems and challenges is to look up to theories of language learning. We all know that theories form a concrete base for conceptualizing and developing the ideas, along with providing solid foundation for the approaches, methods, and techniques originate from it. 20th century has been marked with the rise of modernism to great world wars and number of ideologies and isms. Theories of behaviorism, first by B.F. Skinner and others, which is followed by Noam Chomsky's cognitivism, changed the teaching learning process of languages in many facets. So, this particular paper is an attempt to consider the linguistic diversity in India, focusing the teaching learning process of a language and to provide some valuable insights regarding both. It considers multilingualism in India with many perspectives. It also discusses the theories of language learning along with the key elements and characteristics of behaviorism and cognitivism. We all know that India is a multilingual country with a wide range of linguistic diversity. Sanskrit, Latin, and Greek are three sister languages, and all other languages in the world are basically their families. In India, we have 1,369 mother tongues, and there are official languages as well. When we look up at the nature of language, we all know that language is symbolic, it's code, and language is contextual. There is cultural, social, economic, religious, and mythological contexts are there. So basically, when we look at language as a medium of transaction, interaction, and communication, when we have to perform these three functions with the language, and when we look at communication, rather either of the thoughts, feelings, or ideas, this is one side, and on the another side, there are tensions over language policies. In in India, we are naturally there is natural multilingualism, and students can be fluent in many languages, and there are opportunities in many fields if you consider multilingualism as an advantage in the classroom as well. So basically, when we consider multilingualism in India and also the existence of English as a link language or as one of the compulsory languages according to the language policies. So, how do we look up at this scenario, which is multilingual and which has English as a link language? And how can we take advantage of theories to have fruitful teaching, learning activity in the classroom? Theory of behaviorism, which is mainly contributed by B.F. Skinner and his experiment with a rat. And he has talked about stimulus, and language is a stimulus response. In 1952, he published a book, Verbal Behavior. And in that, he proposed a theory which is based on habit formation. And he called language as a verbal behavior and just like a motor skill. He has given some characteristics of behaviorism as well, where the reward and punishment, drills and pattern practice play a crucial role. It is basically based on the operant conditioning by the living organisms. This theory particularly dominated for more than 20 to 30 years until Noam Chomsky has given a brilliant overview of behaviorism. Who Noam Chomsky is one of the leading linguists of the 20th century, and he has given a theory which is known as cognitivism, that we all are born with LAD, that the ability to learn language, and he has described the difference between animals and human beings. He said that we can have more complex sentences without any formal teaching learning assistance, and the ability to anticipate, complete, and make meaning of it, and if it is ill constructed, then as well. So we only need a little exposure to channelize the process of language learning. As animals, they are unable to communicate quality feelings and feedback. He has talked about the natural languages and particular languages. And basically, language learning is an activity in which we store the words. So how can we look, at the multilingual scenario in our classroom and take help of these two theories? That is my basic argument. See, when we look at transformative and generative grammar or the competence and performance grammar given by Chomsky, if we are in multilingual classroom or when we have multilingualism in India, it's an advantage for the teacher of language. So diversity in the classroom allows us to take help of the first language acquisition. This is number one. Second thing is that all students have an idea about the natural language, that is the characteristics of language, sounds, parts of speech, structures. There are similarities on which we can capitalize. Bilingual or multilingual methods can be implemented in the class for examples and conceptual understanding of the students. Basically, how to decode, that is the main problem in the classroom. So if we have a multilingual classroom, we can have them rather to take help of many languages. For example, Marathi and Hindi have the same script, or English, French, and Spanish have the same English alphabets. My paper also includes one of the case studies. Recently in the university, we have one workshop for the foreign students. Those students are from Yemen. They have Arabic as their first language. So we taught them Marathi through English. So, because English is the link language. So, how the sounds and patterns in Yemeni Arabic language and patterns of Marathi, we can join them through English as one of the mediums. So, instead of looking at English as one of the hurdles in multilingual scenario in India, how we can capitalize on advantage of English as a link language or official language. That is basically have explored in my paper. Then universal aspects and specific verifications for that we can go. Plus addition of nativism and interactionist theory, that social interactions and role of environment can play a crucial role when innate language acquisition desire is there. So basically, when we look at the multilingual scenario in India as far as linguistic diversity is concerned, the answer to the question whether behaviorism or cognitivism is behaviorism and cognitivism, and answer to the question whether first language or second language or compulsory English language is a multilingual classroom where we can look at languages and we can take advantage of each language to have a better understanding of natural language and particular language as well. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Yogini ma'am, for your insightful presentations which talk about the importance of linguistic theory related to behaviorism and cognitive aspects of Chomsky and how that have play a role in the multilingual classrooms. So thank you for your insightful presentations. Now,
Thank you,
the
sir. My
next.
pleasure.
Now I would like to call Dr. Milan Patil, though I asked Dr. Disha ma'am, but since he has to go some innovation day program, so that's why I am requesting Dr. Milan Patil to present, and after that, Disha ma'am, you can present.
धन्यवाद मैडम। आदरणीय मंच और आभासी पटल पर उपस्थित सभी प्रतिभागियों को मेरा नमस्कार। और आज सभी को जो है डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम का जन्म दिवस है, उसके भी आपको शुभकामनाएं। और राष्ट्रीय नवाचार दिवस यानी नेशनल इनोवेशन डे भी आज है, जिसका भी हम मना रहे हैं। मैं डॉक्टर मिलिंद पाटिल, इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय मुक्त विश्वविद्यालय नई दिल्ली के क्षेत्रीय केंद्र मुंबई से, है ना। मैं समय का ध्यान रखते हुए मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, पेपर तो मेरा लंबा है, लेकिन मेरा जो है मैं बहुत कम समय में जो प्रस्तुत करूँगा। मेरा शोध पत्र का विषय है डिजिटल युग में भारतीय भाषाओं की प्रासंगिकता और संभावना। सारांश के रूप में मैं पढ़ूंगा कि प्रस्तुत शोध पत्र में डिजिटल युग में भारतीय भाषाओं की स्थिति, महत्व, चुनौतियां और भविष्य की संभावना का विश्लेषण प्रस्तुत करने का प्रयास किया गया है। भारत में इंटरनेट उपयोग में वृद्धि और स्थानीय भारतीय भाषाओं की लोकप्रियता ने डिजिटल समावेशन, शिक्षा, सरकार से नागरिक इंटरफेस और व्यापार में नए डिजिटल पहलू हैं। साथ ही प्राकृतिक भाषा संसाधन NLP, भाषाई डेटा सेट, यूनिकोड और टेक्नोलॉजीज आधारित इनोवेशन के कारण भारतीय भाषाओं का मानकीकरण और डिजिटलीकरण के तेज हुआ है। इस शोध पत्र में नीतिगत पहल, तकनीकी अवसंरचना, कारक अध्ययन तथा सिफारिशें दी गई है। परिचय के रूप में सामान्य रूप में भारतीय भाषाओं का भी परिचय दिया है, लेकिन थोड़ा मैं बता दूं कि भारतीय बहुभाषी देश है जहां 22 आधिकारिक भाषा और सैकड़ों क्षेत्रीय बोलियां बोली जाती है। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी ने सूचना, शिक्षा और सेवाओं तक पहुंच के तरीके बदल दिए हैं, जो पहचान, सांस्कृतिक धरोहर, संचार का माध्यम है। अगर डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म का पर्याय रूप से समर्थित न हो तो बड़े हिस्से के लिए सूचना असमान रूप से उपलब्ध होगी। इसलिए यह जरूरी है कि डिजिटल परिस्थितिकी तंत्र भारतीय भाषाओं के अनुरूप विकसित हो। कुछ डिजिटल आंकड़े भी दिए गए हैं, लेकिन मैं उसको नहीं पढ़ना चाहूँगा क्योंकि समय की अवधि है। दूसरा एक बिंदु है भारतीय भाषाओं की प्रासंगिकता है, व्यापक रूप में लिखे गए हैं, लेकिन उसका मैं बिंदु बता दूँ। सामाजिक और सांस्कृतिक प्रासंगिकता है, आर्थिक और व्यावसायिक प्रासंगिकता है, शैक्षिक और साक्षरता से जुड़ी प्रासंगिकता है, और तकनीकी आधार और विकास की दिशा में जो भारतीय भाषाओं का जो विकास है उसकी दिशा में थोड़ा मैं प्रस्तुत करना चाहूँगा, जिसमें यूनिकोड और स्क्रिप्ट समर्थन है, जिसमें भारतीय लिपियों का डिजिटल रूपांतरण यूनिकोड मानक के कारण संभव हुआ है। यूनिकोड ने देवनागरी, बंगाली, तमिल, तेलुगु, कन्नड़, मलयालम इत्यादि लिपियों के लिए कोड पॉइंट निर्दिष्ट किए हैं, जिससे बहुभाषिक पाठ के आदान प्रदान और पठन पाठन में स्थिरता आ गई है। यूनिकोड संबंधी संसाधन और मानक पाठ संसाधन के लिए आधार प्रदान करते हैं। इनपुट और लोकलाइजेशन टूल्स है, गूगल इनपुट टूल्स है, इंडिक कीबोर्ड्स है, मोबाइल कीट को स्थानीय भाषाओं में टाइपिंग की दिक्कतों को काफी हद तक कम कर दिया है। वॉइस इनपुट और ऑटो रूपांतरण यानी ट्रांसलिटरेशन जैसी सुविधाएं आम उपयोगकर्ताओं को स्थानीय भाषा में संवाद करने के लिए सक्षम बनाई है। दूसरा है NLP यानी स्पीच और डेटा सेट। AI और ML पर आधारित भाषाई तकनीकें जैसे मशीन अनुवाद, भाषाई पहचान, स्पीच टू टेक्स्ट, इंडिक भाषाओं के लिए तेजी से विकसित हो रही है। AI फॉर भारत और इंडिक NLP जैसे भाषाई विशिष्ट लाइब्रेरी, बेंचमार्क और डेटा सेट जारी करती है, जो शोध और व्यावहारिक अनुप्रयोग के लिए अनुकूल वातावरण तैयार करती है। इसमें कुछ चुनौतियां और बाधाएं भी है, जिसमें संसाधन संबंधी समस्या है। बहुत सी भारतीय भाषाओं के लिए उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले एनोटेटेड डेटा सेट की कमी है। छोटी बोलियों के लिए डेटा सीमित है, जो मॉडल प्रशिक्षण और बेंचमार्क में बाधा है। यह समस्या विशेष करके निचले संसाधन लो रिसोर्स ऑफ लैंग्वेज के संदर्भ में आती है। मानकीकरण और विविधता, एक ही भाषा के अनेक लहजे के लेखन रूप यानी स्क्रिप्ट, वेरिएंट और कोड मिश्रण की प्रचलितता से पाठ संसाधन कठिन हो जाते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए हिंदी इंग्लिश कोड मिश्रण सोशल मीडिया पर सामान्य है, जो पारंपरिक NLP टूल्स के लिए चुनौती है, लेकिन इसे परिष्कृत करने का प्रयास जारी है। तकनीकी पहुंच और डिजिटलाइजेशन साक्षरता, स्थानीय भाषाओं के कंटेंट होने के बावजूद यदि उपयोगकर्ता डिवाइस या नेटवर्क की सीमाओं में जूझ रहे हैं तो लाभ सीमित रह जाता है। मोबाइल डिवाइस पर वॉइस और इनपुट टूल्स की प्रासंगिकता बढ़ी है, पर उपयोगकर्ता प्रशिक्षण और इंटरफेस डिजाइन का अभाव समस्या बन सकता है। और कुछ उसमें जो है नीति और सरकारी पहल भी है। कारक अध्ययन और वर्तमान स्थिति जो है, लगभग आप जानते हैं कि जो मोबाइल में आप यूज करते हैं या प्रयोग करते हैं तो वो तो इसमें है ही, वही दिया है। संभावित संभावना और चुनौतियां क्या हो सकती है इस पर थोड़ा, और अंत में जो है एक सिफारिश दी है, बस मैं वही पठन करना चाहूँगा। यहाँ पर जो है संभावना और चुनौतियां, बहुस्तरीय लोकलाइजेशन और इंटरफेस डिजाइन, उपयोगकर्ता इंटरफेस को सांस्कृतिक और भाषाई संदर्भों के अनुसार अनुकूलन करने के उपयोग और अपनाने की क्षमता बढ़ेगी। उदाहरण के लिए टेक्स्ट के साथ सिंगल वॉइस नेविगेशन, दृश्य सामग्री, स्थानीय संपादन सुविधा शामिल की जानी चाहिए। ओपन सोर्स संसाधन और सामुदायिक भागीदारी, ओपन सोर्स डेटा सेट और लाइब्रेरी का समर्थन करने से कम प्रतिसाधन भाषाओं के लिए डेटा उपलब्ध होगा और रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम मजबूत होगा। शिक्षा प्रशिक्षण के कार्यक्रम के संदर्भ में है, शिक्षा में स्थानीय भाषा आधारित डिजिटल कंटेंट और शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण, डिजिटल साक्षरता बढ़ेगी, जैसे किसी ढांचे का उपयोग और शैक्षणिक सामग्री का स्थानीयकरण किया जा सकता है। कुछ सिफारिशें दी गई है, उसमें राष्ट्रीय स्तरीय भाषा डेटा इनिशिएटिव करना है, जिसमें केंद्र और राज्यों को मिलकर एक समेकित ओपन डेटा पहल शुरू करनी चाहिए, जहां बहुभाषी संरचित और मानकीकृत डेटा सेट सार्वजनिक हो। इससे शोध और वाणिज्यिक अनुप्रयोग में वृद्धि होगी। दूसरा, स्थानीय भाषा में UI यूएक्स अनुकूलन हो। सरकारी पोर्टल और प्रमुख ऐसी स्थानीय भाषा जो है यूएक्स पर अनिवार्य फोकस रखा जाए। वॉइस आधारित नेविगेशन और सरल इनपुट विकल्प प्रमुख हो। शैक्षणिक सामग्री का स्थानीयकरण, राष्ट्रीय डिजिटल पुस्तकालय और शैक्षणिक प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए भाषाई अनुवाद और स्थानीय समुच्चय सामग्री हेतु फंडिंग बढ़ाई जाए। नैतिक एआई व दिशा निर्देश है। भाषाई मॉडल के लिए वॉइस ऑडिट, पारदर्शिता और शिकायत निवारण तंत्र स्थापित किए जाए। स्थानिक सामाजिक संवेदनशीलता को ध्यान में रखा जाए। कम रिसोर्स वाली जो भाषा है उनके लिए प्रेरक योजनाएं बनाई जाए। यानी छोटे भाषाई समुदाय की भागीदारी के लिए अनुदान और तकनीकी सहायता योजनाएं लागू की जाए ताकि उनकी बोलियों का डिजिटलाइजेशन हो सके। निष्कर्ष के रूप में मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि डिजिटल युग में भारतीय भाषा की प्रासंगिकता केवल सांस्कृतिक संरक्षण तक सीमित नहीं है। यह सामाजिक समावेशन, आर्थिक विकास और लोकतांत्रिक भागीदारी का आधार भी है। तकनीकी प्रगति, यूनिकोड मानकीकरण, इनपुट टूल्स, एनएलपी रिसोर्सेज और ओपन डेटा पहलों ने एक अवसर उपलब्ध करा है जिसे नीति का समर्थन, सामुदायिक भागीदारी और नैतिक एआई अनुवर्ती से और अधिक समृद्ध हो रही है। यदि सरकार, शोध समुदाय और उद्योग और नागरिक समाज मिलकर काम करेंगे तो भारत की भाषाई विविधता डिजिटल युग में भी शक्ति बन सकती है और विश्व पटल पर एक शक्ति के रूप में स्थापित हो सकती है। जो आपने समय दिया मुझे।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर मिलिंद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर।
धन्यवाद सर। मैं इससे अभी जुड़ नहीं पाऊंगा, कार्यक्रम के लिए निकलना है।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You may leave, sir. Okay, now I request Miss Disha P. Karya, the interplay of Srinagar, Shringar, Rasa and Hasya Rasa in George Bernard Shaw's Arms of the Man. Disha ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon. I'm Disha Karya, research scholar and assistant professor. My topic is the interplay of Sringar Ras and Hasya Ras in George Bernard Shaw's Arms and the Man. George Bernard Shaw's Arms and the Man is widely known for its satirical critique of romanticized love and heroism. But when viewed through the lens of Bharat Natya Shastra, specifically Rasa theory, the play reveals a compelling blend of both rasas, Sringar and Hasya. Sringar is related to love and beauty, whereas the Hasya Rasa is associated with humor and laughter, mirth. This study or this research paper examines how Shaw employs these rasas not merely for dramatic effect, but to challenge the social ideals of his time. By applying Indian aesthetic theory to a Western realist play, I am trying to demonstrate how emotional aesthetics can cross cultural boundaries and offer fresh insights into the human experience. The foundation of this study lies in Bharat's Ras theory in Natya Shastra, later expanded by Abhinav Gupta. Scholars like Desai, Gajjar, and some others which I have studied have also discussed arms and the man and Rasa theory. I'm not going deep into that, keeping time limit. For research objectives, my objectives for this research are to examine how Shaw employs romantic and comic elements to critique societal ideals and to explore the compatibility of Rasa theory with Western realism. I hypothesize that Shaw deliberately blends Sringar and Hasya, both ras to subvert romantic and military ideals, and that this cross-cultural lens affirms the universality of emotional experience. Rasa, as defined in the Natya Shastra, emerges through Vibhav, Anubhav, and Vyapikari Bhav, as it is mentioned as Rasa Sutra, Vibhavanubhava, Vyapicari, Sanyogada, Rasa Nispati. So the dominant mood is there, Sahi Bhava. Sringar Ras in this particular research paper, Sringar Ras arises from Rati or love, while Hasya Ras stems from Hasya or laughter. These rays are not decorative, they are central to emotional engagement. In contrast, Western realism focuses on portraying life truthfully, often rejecting idealism. Shaw's satire uses humor and irony to critique social norms. By integrating these frameworks, this research paper reveals how Indian aesthetics can enrich our understanding of Western texts. if we look at the textual analysis for this, Sringaras is evident in Reina Petkov's romantic idealism when she says, "My hero, my king," her fiance. It reflects emotional fantasy. As she grows closer to Blensley, her chocolate cream soldier, as she addresses, her affection becomes more grounded, marking a shift from illusion to intimacy. Hasirus appears through her chocolate cream soldier's line, "I carry chocolates instead of carrots," which mocks romanticized warfare. It was the time of war. Sergius' theatrical bravado, "What a man! Is he a man?" Such quotes invites laughter and also critics inflated heroism. The interplay of rasa is most vivid when Reina calls Blensley the chocolate cream soldier. This nickname blends tenderness with irony, creating emotional layering that deepens Shaw's critique of societal ideals, which is central to his plays. It is also a part of cross-cultural resonance as Bharat's Ras theory evokes emotions that transcend geography. Love and laughter. Obviously, they are universal, they are for all. His satire, though rooted in Western realism, aligns with the Indian principle of evoking rest to provoke reflection and delight. This aesthetic bridge affirms that emotional resonance in drama is not bound by any culture, it is a shared human experience. To conclude, Arms and the Man blends Sringar and Hasyaras to critique idealized notions of love and heroism. Applying Rus theory to Western realism reveals the universality of emotional aesthetics and opens pathways for future studies and on how other races may function in global literary discourse. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Disha.
Thank you. Now may I request Dr. Anand, Anand ji. Are you there? Okay. Um, A. Sarayana, are you there, ma'am? Karthik Sharma, Dr. Ajina A. V. Lancy.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. I'm here, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Shall I present it, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be presenting on the paper titled "The Mother Tongue as a Conduit of Collective Voice, Forging a Unified Future Through Bama Karuku." This paper argues that the mother tongue is not merely a medium of expression but a vital conduit for transforming subaltern experience into collective knowledge, essential for an inclusive epistemic future. It posits that linguistic hierarchies which privilege English and Sanskritized languages enact a form of hegemony that silences marginalized communities. Bama's Karuku, a seminal autobiographical work by a Tamil Dalit woman, stands as a testament to this struggle. Karuku, whose title meaning Palmyra leaves with their serrated edges, symbolizes the jagged experiences of Dalit women, represents a historic breakthrough in Indian literature. It marks a significant departure from the traditional literary landscape dominated by upper caste voices and perspectives. Had Burma been compelled to produce her art in a universal language, the authenticity of her narrative may have been lost to the pressures of a dual hegemony, caste and oppression. Instead, by writing in her mother tongue, Tamil, she transcends individual testimony. The researcher finds out that The mother tongue serves as a vehicle for transmitting the lived experiences of caste oppression with unmediated intensity, preserving the cultural specificities of Dalit community life, creating a collective voice that transcends individual testimony, and ultimately forging a unified epistemic future where subaltern knowledge becomes foundational to understanding of society. The text becomes a powerful vessel channeling the collective struggles, resistance, and resilience of an entire community. This act of vernacular self narration generates a unique and profound awareness, transforming personal experience into shared societal knowledge. Consequently, such works are indispensable for creating a future of one, a unified knowledge paradigm where subaltern voices are not merely included but are foundational. The paper concludes that validating mother tongue narratives is not a cultural preservation project but a foundational step toward dismantling epistemic injustice and ensuring that no voice is silenced in the construction of our collective future. Thank you for all your valuable time. I would also like to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jaya.
So
Very
I think
wonderful
we are
presentation.
moving towards the last presentation, that is from Dr. D. Ramya, and the title is Semantic Shift in Lexical Choices, Multiple Words Formation, Strategies in Social Media Posts. Ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am? Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I'm going to present on a topic, a study that explores how the multilingual users on social media creatively reshape the language through semantic shifts and innovative word formation strategies in order to express identity, emotional, and cultural affiliation. Yes, language is the digital sphere and it is constantly evolving and it is facing lot of changes. Since I'm an professor who is teaching English for college students, I could see some difference in their language when we are teaching, and also how they are using the language in the social media platforms. That is what I'm going to discuss in this research article. Social media platforms have become the fertile ground for linguistic creativity these days, especially in multilingual context. Users blend languages, reshape their words, and also contextualize expressions to reflect their identity and emotions. And this study will investigate how these hybridized linguistic forms serves as tool for nuanced communication, revealing the dynamic interplay between language, culture, and technology. And in the hypothesis part, we had dealt with like how this thematic shifts in user-generated content are not arbitrary. Instead, they align with socio-pragmatic functions such as humor, solidarity, and resistance to normative language ideologies. These shifts reflect a broader phenomenon which includes global, digital, and multiculturalism. In this space, linguistic identities are fluid and continuously negotiated through interaction. And I had used the research methodology as like first thing which I would like to use is like computational analysis, which was used to detect patterns across large data sets which are available in the social media posts. And the second one which I had implemented is a qualitative semantic interpretation, which helps us to understand the deeper meaning behind these patterns. And the sample and assessment tools which I had selected is like the sample, the data was drawn from the social media post where the language has been used with semantic changes. And I had borrowed, that is, I had identified some of the words which are having like code mixing. The term is called as code mixing. It is the switching between the languages within a sentence, and also the words which has been borrowed, adopted from other languages and translated alliterated words, that is writing one language using the script of another, and also neologism, like creating entirely new words as per their wish, like how it has been how the portmanteau words and the other words has been evolved. Some of the words, especially when they are creating memes and emojis, they had used new words, that is creatively they had created the words. That is what I'm going to identify. And in order to conclude my thing, this study will situate linguistic innovations with broader frameworks of social linguistic semantic evaluation, and also it opens a new avenues for multilingual expression in the 21st century, which highlights how digital platforms are not just spaces for communication, but also it provides for cultural negotiation and identity formation. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you, Ramya, for your wonderful presentations related to the importance of digital media and how this is uh, shaping the linguistics aspects of the language use, we can say. Okay, with the adaptation of new words or borrowing of new words and other things. So thank you very much. I think this was the last presentation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Hello,
Yes,
hello,
yes.
sir.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Dr. Ashish Natta, you want to present?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Paper ID 13, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Please continue.
Shall I go ahead, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Please be concise
Thank
to
you,
the
ma'am.
point.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, is this visible, PPT?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon to session chair, ma'am, and all the participants. I'm presenting the paper for paper ID 13, entitled The Role of Indian Languages in Extending the Indian Knowledge System, uh, on the behalf of Dr. Krati Sharma and myself, Ashish Ladda, from Purnima Institute of Engineering and Technology, Jaipur. So languages are means of social networking. They not only help in communicating or networking, but are also provide a required catalyst for preserving, flourishing, and emergence of the Indian knowledge system, IKS. Now, if we move towards empowering of Indian languages, we authorize the IKS to remain vibrant, living system proficient of addressing contemporary challenges and contributing to the worldwide knowledge along with other world systems. So in this way, we can ensure the preservation of linguistic heritage as well as enhancement of intellectual sovereignty. Moving on, the Indian knowledge system is a vast intellectual tradition which has spanned over several disciplines like mathematics, medicine, philosophy. Indian languages are crucial vehicles for preserving and transmitting this know-how, offering unique epistemologies embedded in linguistic structures. So, revitalizing these languages ensures the survival as well as integrity of the IKS, Indian knowledge systems, and further enabling to address the contemporary challenges and maintain intellectual sovereignty. Talking about overview, IKS represent one of the world's most extensive and systematic traditions of intellectual and practical knowledge, rooted in foundational texts like Vedas, Upanishads, Purans, etc. It encompasses a holistic view of existence, integrating subjects across the spectrum, summarized by the classification of several Vidyas and Kalas, and the vast repositories undergoing a national revitalization, particularly through recent days educational reformations. Linguistic and epistemic role of Indian languages. Indian languages dialects are more than communication tools. They are epistemic codes that structure reality as well as knowledge. Many IKS concepts are untranslatable, losing critical meaning outside their original language context. The oral tradition and phonological features help in preserving knowledge systematically so that the accurate transmission and conceptual clarity can be ensured, which is essential for the integrity aspect of the IKS. Now, language as an epistemic code as well as memory system. Indian languages function as epistemic codes structuring knowledge and reality uniquely. Several concepts are untranslatable, making original languages essential for preserving their depth. The oral tradition using meters and pitch ascents ensured precise transmission of knowledge over centuries. This linguistic legacy is vital to maintaining IK's systematic as well as accurate know-how transference in the current days. So this graph shows the impact of language uses on the knowledge preservation as well as accessibility. We may see that uh, uh, it has been percentage index got decreased between 1800 to 1947, and then again it starts increasing in the recent days, especially after considering the post national education policy 2020 era. Continuing, policy and pedagogical strategies, NEP 2020. The NEP 2020 National Education Policy emphasizes mother tongue education for the deepening of the IKS concepts. The policy mandates inclusion of IKS courses in curricula and calls to develop pedagogical materials in Indian languages. Challenges and future directions for language empowerment. The extension of IKS faces hurdles such as limited access to manuscripts, lack of scholarly expertise in the bridging of traditional and modern techniques, digital integration issues. We may put efforts on digitizing text, standardizing terminology, creating new scholarly work in Indian languages, and establishing IKS Research Center, which is actually now being going on to ensure knowledge dissemination and language empowerment. So at last, concluding the whole presentation, Indian languages are indispensable regarding preservation and evolving of the Indian knowledge system, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. Their unique conceptual frameworks underpin the integrity of the IKS and safeguarding of intellectual sovereignty. Revitalizing of these languages through education or via policy or digital initiatives seems to be critical in order to sustain IKS as a dynamic living tradition regarding addressing of contemporary challenges as well as contributing globally. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aziz.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, yes. So,
Hello, ma'am.
Dr. Ashish, please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
So, sir, we have two or three more presentations. Dr. Gibela, lucidity of English language in the works of Khaniyadhana.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
Please
Good
continue.
afternoon. The title of my paper is Lucidity of English Language in the Works of R.K. Narayan. R.K. Narayan is a key figures in Indian writing in English, and his works are celebrated for their simplicity, gentle humor, realism, Indian ethos, Malgudi setting, and everyday characters. The primary aim of this research is to explore and analyze the lucidity of English language in the literary works of R.K. Narayan. So to achieve this, the study focuses on certain objectives. First of all, it has the objective to examine the stylistic feature of R.K. Narayan's prose that contribute to its clarity, simplicity, and readability. Secondly, it aims at analyzing the use of diction, syntax, and narrative voice in selected novels and short stories to understand how lucidity is achieved and maintained. Thirdly, It has to explore how Narayan adapts Indian idioms, expressions, and cultural elements into English without compromising linguistic clarity or narrative flow. The significance of the study is that it contributes to a deeper understanding of stylistic strategies in Indian writing in English. Secondly, the research is valuable for readers and scholars of post-colonial literature. Thirdly, this study is especially relevant in educational and pedagogical context. Finally, the study contributes to stylistics and literary linguistics. So, taking into account the literary works of Arkanara like Swami and Friends, the English teacher, the guide, and Malgudi Days, the study wants to elucidate that the works use everyday vocabulary, Abbott's expression, straightforward sentences have been constructed in the works. Then they reflect Indian speech patterns adapted to English. Then they have Indian tradition shown through action, not explanation. And lastly, the emotions are expressed without exaggeration. So, in the conclusion, I can say R.K. Narayan's literary lucidity emerges through a consistent use of simple vocabulary, accessible syntax, and subtle narrative voice. Whether dealing with childhood mischief, spiritual crisis, or everyday struggles, his language remains grounded, unaffected, and transparent. This clarity does not diminish the depth of his fiction, rather, it enhances the universality of his themes and characters, ensuring that the Indian experience he depicts becomes globally understandable without cultural dilution. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Durgadar
Thank you. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Dr. Rajni, Assistant Professor. Ma'am, are you there? Dr. Rajni, are you there? Okay, sir, we can conclude the session now.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am.
मैम आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ हाँ आ रही है.
Okay. Thank you for providing opportunity, ma'am. First of all, good evening to all of you. The topic for our research paper is the cyber security, safeguarding the digital future. So I'm not taking so much time, so I'm directly going to the introduction. In an increasing digital world where every aspect of her life, from banking and communication to governance and healthcare, is connected online, the cybersecurity has emerged as a critical concern for the individuals, organizations, and the nation. Cybersecurity refers to the practical technologies and process designed to protect the computer network, program, and the data from unauthorized access, attack, damage, or theft. For India, a country rapidly using the digital transformation throughout the initiatives like Digital India, the importance of cybersecurity cannot be overstated. It is essential not only to protect the sensitive personal and financial data, but also to safeguard the critical national infrastructure and maintain the trust in the digital system. Now, let's try to understand what is the cybersecurity. Spread across the computer, network programs, or data that one intend to keep safe. In an organization or a government setting, it involves the network security, that is the protecting the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of the data as it travel across or it stored within the network. Now, let's try to understand what is the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity refers to the security within the network. Second is the application security, means the ensuring the software and applications are free, unauthorized access or the alteration. Fourth is the operational security, control over how the data and assets are managed and protected. And last one is not the least is disaster recovering and the business continuity, means the procedure for responding and to recovering from cyber incident. Now there are many types of cyber threats. So let's talk about these threats. First is malware, malicious software such as viruses and spyware that can damage or disable the system. Second is phishing, fraudulent attempts to obtain sensitive information by impersonating trustworthy entities via email or messages. Then third is denial of services, yani ki DOS attack, overwhelming a network or service to make it unavailable to the users. And focusing on the fourth type, that is a data breaches, that is unauthorized access to confidential data. Now come to the point, importance of cyber security in India. First point is protecting the personal data. With the widespread use of digital platforms like Aadhaar, UPI, and mobile wallets, vast amount of sensitive personal and financial information are stored online. Protecting this type of information from breaches and the theft is a vital to maintain the user trust. Second is securing critical infrastructure. Essential services like the power grid, water supply, transportation, and communication networks depend heavily on the digital technologies. A cyber attack on these could cause the severe disruptions and threaten national security. Third is preventing the financial fraud. Cybercrime targeting the financial institutions and the digital payments is on the rise. Strong cybersecurity measures are necessary to protect the users from fraud, identity theft, and hacking. Fourth one is safeguarding the government data. There are a number of data stored in a government website. So government database and communication channels contain the confidential information that, if compromised, can be a great loss for our country. Now, what are the challenges? Uh, what are the challenges in cyber security? First is increasing the sophistication of attack. Cyber attacks continuously develop the new methods to bypass the security system. So it's a major concern which on which we have to be focused. Second is the India faces a talent gap in trained cyber security expert. टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ इंक्रीज होने के साथ साथ उस टेक्नोलॉजी से डील करने के लिए भी हमको एक ट्रेन साइबर सिक्योरिटी एक्सपर्ट्स की जरूरत है. Third one is the awareness. Many users and organizations lack the basic cyber hygienic knowledge, making them the unprotected. Then complex regulatory environment involving
Ma'am, please
laws and
conclude. Please conclude, ma'am.
so as India accelerates its digital journey, so cybersecurity become a non-negotiable pillar for sustainable development. So protecting the digital assets from the cyber threat is crucial to ensure the economical, the national, and the public trust. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Rajni ma'am, for your presentation on cybersecurity related issues and challenges. I hope this was the last one, right?
Yes,
Shabina?
sir.
Okay. So to conclude, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the presenters for their wonderful presentations on pertaining to the theme of the conference. Most of the paper presented here was very close to the theme of the conference, and indeed all those papers were presented in well manner. It covered the papers, most of the papers catered the role and the importance of the
Rajni ma'am,
Rajni ma'am.
please mute. Please mute yourself, Rajni ma'am.
Okay, so all these paper catered the different aspects related to vernacular language. So for example, there were papers which were related to the commerce and management and even the economic aspect of vernacular language, that was presented by Gagandeep, Binu, and Reshma, which covered what is the economic aspects and how
how the vernacular language play a role in the commerce and related phenomena. Then there were papers which talks about the role of vernacular language in the education systems, how like the issue of untranslatability, like there are in all languages there are certain terminology which cannot be translated, and that may be translated, but that will not give the actual sense which is there in those pertaining to that culture. So how those terminology should be kept in the language, so the importance of that. Then the papers which were there related to literature, in which the the notions of we can say the literary device which is called Indianness. So the components of Indianness, how integrate to even the so-called global language like English. So there were paper in which there is the presenters have talked about, for example, the Arkanarine one in literary, how the writers have incorporated the concepts of Indianness in the literature, English literature, and how it has enriched that literary English literary theory. Similarly, we had a paper in which the Indian literary theory like Rasa theory and other things which is there, which how that integrate Hashya Rasa and other things, how these integrate to English literature through George Bernard's writing. So to conclude, what I can say, all the papers presented here were wonderful, and I enjoyed a lot but these technical sessions more than that when you I mean I presented my own paper. So thank you all. I once again congratulate to everyone.
Thank you, sir, for being here and giving us your precious time. Thank you so much. And as we are coming to the end of the session, and my heart is full of words, ideas, and gratitude. What began as an academic discussion on the need and use of Indian languages, diversity, vernacularity, and the future of knowledge has turned into something deeper, a reminder that our languages are not just a tool for communication, but vessels of our memories, our ways of thinking, and our dreams. Today we listened, learned, and felt the pulses of many voices, voices that spoke in a rhythm of inclusion, resistance, and hope. Every speaker, even participants, every question added a new shade to this conversation. Thank you for making this event more than just an event. Your presence turned this space into a living classroom of shared ideas and cultural wisdom. So I would like to call Dr. Devendra Sahu sir to say a formal thanks. Sir, over to you.
तो शुक्रिया मैम। और आज का ये बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट टॉपिक, भारतीय भाषाओं की आवश्यकता, उपयोगिता, विविधता, स्थानीयता और ज्ञान का भविष्य। जितने भी सारे प्रबुद्ध जन थे उन्होंने अपनी बात वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म पे रखी। जितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे उन्होंने सुनी। इस पूरे मंथन से निश्चित रूप से हमें कुछ ऐसे कंक्लूजन मिलेंगे जो हमें वर्तमान भविष्य में काम में आएंगे, भाषा के क्षेत्र के विकास में काम आएंगे। इसलिए मैं थैंक्स बोलूँगा महबूब जाहिद साहब को, क्योंकि उन्होंने लंबा वक्त दिया, पूरे सक्रियता से शामिल रहे, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स की बातों को सुना और उनको उनकी समीक्षा भी की और उनको बताया भी। ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। और बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर आदित्य कुमार साहब का, जिन्होंने अपने टॉपिक को सभी पार्टिसिपेंट के सामने रख के भाषा के क्षेत्र में जो उनका योगदान था, जो उनका अनुसंधान था, जो उनकी समझ सोच थी, वो सबको पहुंचाई। और हमारे माननीय जन भागीदारी अध्यक्ष साहब का भी धन्यवाद, उन्होंने अपना प्रीशियस टाइम हमको दिया। हमारे प्रिंसिपल साहब लीड कॉलेज डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव सर का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, उन्होंने हमारे लिए समय दिया। और इस पूरे कार्यक्रम के संरक्षक आदरणीय रतन साहब का भी शुक्रिया, जिन्होंने हमें इस काम को प्रोटेक्ट करने दिया। और इस सभी काम के जो की पॉइंट्स थे हमारे कॉलेज में, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सदस्य डॉक्टर सबीना फातिमा, जिन्होंने इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज किया और एक मात्र वन मैन आर्मी की तरह सारे काम खुद ही किए हैं। और इनमें किसी और का कोई क्रेडिट कोई ले नहीं सकता हमारे महाविद्यालय में। तो मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ इस कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए और सफलतापूर्वक पूर्ण कराने के लिए। और सभी से इजाजत चाहूँगा। फॉर्मली इस कार्यक्रम की हम समाप्ति की घोषणा करते हैं। सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you everyone.
Thank you everyone.
We'll be connected, sir. Right, sir.
Sure.
And thank you
everyone.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
to
you,
meet you all.
Sunil sir. Sunil sir, thank you. Though you joined late, but
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Though I've joined late, I can experience the kind of resourcefulness in those presentations. And I'm so glad wherever you are the key person there in conducting these conferences. You were a key person here in Hyderabad. You are also a key person there in Madhya Pradesh. Very glad to see that.
okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations to
So,
you.
thank you. So we are ending up this session. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Afzal. You are handling everything very